Good evening, everybody. I'd like to welcome everybody to a regular city council meeting, and I'd like to ask all those that can to stand as we start every meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Are there any agenda additions, deletions, or amendments? Do we have anybody signed up for citizen participation?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. City boards and committees, we have a couple of committee appointments to make. Dr. Trout, can you do the first one for Mr.
Sure, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I move for the appointment of Doug Barber to the Elections Committee.
Is there a second? Second, Mr. Wolfley. Any question on the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Mr. Wolfley?
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to appoint Jocelyn Chambers to the Education Committee, please.
Second.
Second by Mr. Gardner. Any question on the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Could I have those two folks join us up front? Good evening, young sir. And welcome to you. What I'm going to ask you to do is I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand after I say aye, if you would follow with your name, please. I.
I, Jocelyn Chambers. Doug Barber.
Do swear or affirm that I will support the Constitution of the United States.
I will support the Constitution of the United States.
And that I will be faithful
And I will be faithful
and bear true allegiance to the state of Maryland.
and bear true allegiance to the state of Maryland.
And support the Constitution and laws thereof.
And support the Constitution and laws thereof.
And that I will,
And that I will,
to the best of my skill and judgment,
with my skill and judgment,
diligently and faithfully,
diligently and faithfully,
without partiality or prejudice,
without partiality or prejudice,
execute the office of
execute the office of
regular member of the Board of Elections, regular member of the Education Committee, according to the Constitution and laws of this state.
according to the Constitution.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Oh, two more 14-year volunteers. Okay. City manager report.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, and residents of Bowie, I'd like to, I don't have a particular report, but I'd like to commend our special events division of the Community Services Department for putting on two very successful events, one being the Memorial Day Parade, which was a booming success, and of course Bowie Fest, which had the best weather ever, and was another booming success. Thousands of people came and enjoyed themselves in our city. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, well done. Okay. All right, consent agenda, you got items A through K. Do I have a motion on the consent agenda?
Mr. Mayor, can I request that items B and G be stricken from the consent agenda and moved under new business at our following council meeting?
What number?
Items B
C,
and G.
as in
B as in
Charles?
boy and G. B as in boy and G as in gamma.
You know, B is an introduction.
Yeah, I'd still like to hear about it.
Okay. B and C.
B and G.
B and G. Okay. All right, they'll both go under new business, and that'll become item F.
You want them under new business for tonight?
For tonight or for our following council meeting.
Oh, you mean just to take them off? Is that your regular, you want to delete them tonight and then come back for a schedule for a meeting on them?
Yeah, at our following June meeting.
All right, does that cause you any problems, City Manager?
No, sir, it just make for a longer meeting, but
All right.
it's okay with me.
All right, hearing no objection, we'll defer item G and B to a next scheduled meeting. Okay? All right, so I now need an approval for the remaining A, C, D, E, F, H, All right, moved and second. Any question on the motion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. New business, new ice arena contract award.
Mr. Mayor,
City Manager.
the general contracting services for the Bowie Ice Arena is on the agenda, and I'll be referencing a memo I wrote on the 29th of May on that particular subject. And the City Council has authorized the construction of a new ice arena on the land owned by the city located at 4201 Church Road. The project consists of the following major components: architectural and engineering firm selection, project design, project permitting, construction firm selection, project construction, commissioning, and the project closeout. The selection process, we'll talk about that just a little bit. Legal notices were placed and requests for statements of qualifications were distributed to general contracting firms and that expressed interest in a new ice arena. The statement of qualifications were opened on November 19, 2018. A total of 12 SOQs were received, and that's listed in the attachment 1 here. The city's project manager, Hill International, project architect, HG Architects, and the city project management team, consisting of staff members representing each department, evaluating the submitted SOQs and in order to pre-qualify top firms for this submittal. Costs were not provided nor considered at that juncture, just whether these companies could in fact do the work. We looked at past performance, team qualifications, organizational structure, financial capabilities, and the references of those particular organizations. And based on the review that was described, the following 6 firms were pre-qualified and asked to submit bids for construction of the Bowie Ice Arena. The bids were received on April 17, 2019. Costello Construction out of Columbia, Maryland, submitted a bid of $21,695,000. Scheibel Construction, Huntington, Maryland, submitted a bid of $22,033,000. Christian Company, Sterling, Virginia, $22,099,150. Copley and Williams Construction out of Bethesda, $22,313,000. Hess Construction, Gaithersburg, Maryland, $22,413,353. In Barton Mallow of Baltimore, $23,141,918. Since these firms were pre-qualified as being capable of constructing a project of this magnitude, there were some deficiencies in the bid submitted. The lowest price qualified contractor would be considered recommended for approval. No deficiencies were found to exist in the bid of the lower bidder, Costello Constructions. Therefore, after careful consideration of the proposals submitted, it was determined that Costello Construction had submitted the lowest qualified bid of $21,695,000. It should be noted that the amount contained in the FY 2019 budget for construction of the Bowie Ice Arena is $25 million. Therefore, all of the bids were below our budget and favorable bids in that respect. The cost of the $21,695,000 proposed by Costello is within the budget established by the City Council for this project, and it should be noted that the payment of this cost would be made over a period of time and based on submission of monthly progress invoices for work completed. These invoices will be reviewed and approved by the city project manager and myself prior to payment. Therefore, the staff recommendation, given the rigorous review process described above pertaining to the selection of a general contractor, given the breadth and depth of the general contractor's firm that submitted the SOQs and bids for this project, and given that these bids were within the budgeted cost of the project, staff recommends the City Council approval of Resolution 43-19, approving Costello Construction as a general contracting firm for the Bowie Ice Arena project at a cost of $21,695,000. I'd like for our project manager, Ed, would you come forward? Already up there. Ed, go ahead and step forward, please, and present the briefing.
Good evening. My name is Ed Newman. I'm with Hill International. Hill is the city's consultant project manager for the project. We have a brief presentation highlighting the current status of the project's design, as well as an overview of our process of choosing a general contractor. So I want to have Keith Driscoll, who is our architect from Hughes Group Architects, give an overview of the project design. So Keith?
Thank you all. Wanted to go over a quick overview of the design. We have presented this to you a couple of times. Happy to report that the design has not changed a tremendous amount from the previous versions that we've presented to you. The site plan, this project is located at the corner of Church Road and the overpass to Route 50. It includes approximately 250 parking spots, permanent parking spots, overflow parking for temporary, for special events, and a public drop-off area for activities or for skaters that are getting dropped off for practices. The building exterior has been shaped in a way that would make it a little bit visually interesting from when you approach the building on site, as well as when you pass it on Route 50 and pass it along Church Road. The exterior materials have been selected to be both timeless and very durable, ultimately giving the city a facility that is going to look good for a long time and not cost a tremendous amount of money to maintain over the years. The interior amenities are focused around two NHL-sized ice rinks. One of the rinks is equipped with or has spectator seating for a little over 700 people. The other rink has seating for about 100 people. Includes a large public lobby for using in between events or as families drop off skating participants for either figure skating or ice hockey. There are also 10 locker rooms for skaters and 2 official locker rooms. Again, a couple of exterior views. The lower view is the main view you would see as you approach the building. The middle view is the view from Route 50, and the side view is the view from Church Road. We did go to a little bit of effort in the design and the configuration of the building and the massing to make sure there isn't a back to this. When you pass the building, you're not going to look at an unfinished side. An interior view, just as you're coming into the building. Clear signage. Any new visitors to the facility will be able to quickly see where the reception desk is, where to get information, good visual identification as to which rink you're supposed to go to, and then amenities for users that aren't necessarily skating but will be there for a time period, including a snack bar and pro shop. And then around the corner there are community or public rooms used for birthday parties and other meetings. This is a view of the feature rink with the spectator seating. Is it? Construction process, or contractor selection process. Back to Ed. Thank you.
So a brief summary of our process of choosing a builder for our project. As Mr. Lott mentioned, we followed a 2-step process. The first was to pre-qualify bidders. For this process, all we looked at was our technical qualifications. No pricing was involved in this. Once we pre-qualified bidders, we got pricing, and I'll explain that process to you momentarily. So we started the process of pre-qualification on October 19th by issuing a request for statements of qualifications. We followed the city's legal process. We posted notices. We advertised that on email and marketplace. And on the due date, about a month later, we got 12 SOQs from potential bidders. So the criteria we looked at, the city's project management team looked at to judge or score the submittals, was looking at past performance, looking at that builder's track record on projects of similar scope, scale, complexity, and size and dollar value. We looked at their team of qualifications, focusing on the experience and skills of 2 key people, their project manager and their on-site superintendent. We looked at how they intended to organize their team to promote teamwork and coordination and cooperation on the job site. We looked at their financial statements, made sure they had the capacity to do the job in terms of resources financially, and we checked references on the projects they cited as a similar experience in Criteria 1 past performance. So having done that, we pre-qualified 6 bidders, Barton Mallow with their local office here in Baltimore, Chrisman Company from Sterling, Virginia, Coakley & Williams from Bethesda, Maryland, Casella Construction from Columbia, Maryland, Hess Construction in Gaithersburg, and Shiable Construction from Huntingtown down in Calvert County. So these 6 firms were invited to submit bids on our project. So a summary of our bid schedule: we issued the bid documents, the plans and specifications to all 6 firms on March 7th. We had a pre-bid conference upstairs in a large conference room on March 13th where we explained the job in detail. We answered questions from the bidders about the intent of the project. We set a deadline to get questions from them about the bid documents of March 29th. We issued our final addendum where our design team clarified any issues in the design that generated questions on April 5th. We opened bids on April 17th. So we did receive bids from all 6 of our pre-qualified bidders. Our target bid, based upon our estimates and our budget, was $22,677,000. I'm sorry, $22,677,411. We got 6 bids that are very tightly grouped together. That's a credit to our design team who did a great job of putting together documents that were clear and concise and coordinated. So from top to bottom, there was only a 6.3% variance between the low bidder and the top bidder. Our low bidder was 4.3% below our target bid, which is a great outcome for us given this marketplace for construction these days. So our low bidder was Casella Construction at $21,695,000. Here's how our $25 million project budget is currently configured. We've got it broken down into 7 different categories. The first is permits, approvals, and inspections. We're using the Prince George's County peer review process for our building and site permits. So that's paid for out of this account. We also have an allowance in here for third-party inspection and testing during the course of the job for soils and concrete and steel and other things that are a part of the building code requirements. The next line down is our bid price from our bidder, $21,695,000. We have an allowance for furniture, fixtures, and equipment. This is things like desks and tables and chairs and the tilt-up bleachers for Ice Rink 2. We have a $300,000 entry for debt issuance as part of the bond program. We have a miscellaneous category, which is any costs we may experience dealing with our utilities for gas and electric. We have a project sign on the job site that comes out of this. This will also cover our cost of the lead application to the U.S. Green Building Council for the LEED Silver designation for the project. We have a contingency of $1.5 million plus or minus, which is to account for change orders during construction. We have some questions or concerns about soil quality on the site, so we have an allowance there to pay for whatever may come up in the way of changes during the course of the construction process. We have $730,000 plus or minus unallocated within that $25 million. So a bit about our builder. Casella Construction has been in business for 25 years. Done a lot of similarly sized projects, both public and private. There's a listing in front of you. Some noteworthy ones here, all in Maryland. What was a concern of ours when we did the pre-qualification process to make sure that our bidders picked qualified ice system subcontractors that would do the ice making plant for the facility, as well as all the sub-slab piping for the ice rink. And Casella's going to use a firm named Minnesota Ice, which is a firm that's been around for 10 years. They did their most recent noteworthy job is the St. James Wellness Health and Sports Facility down in Springfield, Virginia, a big new complex that opened up about a year ago. And their president, David Costello, is here this evening. To answer any questions you may have about his firm. So our next steps in the process, are to award the construction contract. That process involves us signing documents, getting bonds and insurance from Costello. Once that's behind us, we issue what's called a notice to proceed to the contractors, telling him to go ahead and start mobilizing to do the work. We intend to have a groundbreaking next month, and our target for completion is right about the start of the calendar year in 2021. Are there any questions about our bid and award process?
Did you have anything else, Amy?
No, sir, I'm
Okay, all
done.
right, we'll have some questions. Anybody sign up to speak?
No, sir.
Declare the public hearing to be completed. Questions of staff? Mr. Wolfley?
Yeah, I want to weigh in on some thoughts on this. I continue to have significant concerns about this project overall. The first thing I want to raise is that the price tag on this is not insignificant. It's $25 million, and it's a significant amount of money to spend at a time when constituents are constantly asking me about tax rates and things of that nature. So I have a lot of concern about this, and I also have a concern that the project as a whole has a large percentage of the users which are non-residents. I know there's the notion that we will have business coming in to help pay some of this, but in the end, this will not be self-supporting. If it were self-supporting, we would certainly have private corporations doing this, coming in. This is an amenity that is being built because private sector monies aren't there, the interest isn't there, and the risk to take on such a project isn't there. So I am very much in favor of the ice rink we have. I think you don't make the city any better by taking away amenities, and I think we should have an ice rink. I just don't think that the $25 million that we're going to set aside, it's 22 and change right now. I'd expect that there'll be some cost changes as we come across unknowns, the unknown unknowns, and I know there's contingency money in there for that, but it still doesn't negate the fact that this is a large chunk of change. And coupled with what we're seeing in terms of usage rates, I have a concern with the city pursuing something of that nature. I can't bring myself to support awarding this contract for that reason. So therefore, I think I'm going to vote against this for that reason alone. But I would suggest that there are things that we should be doing instead. Specifically, I think we ought to reject the contract, and we need to revisit less expensive solutions so that we can provide on a continuing basis the services that we have been providing to our community. So that means at least one rink of ice with infrastructure that is sustainable, that works, but not necessarily that becomes a regional center for the ice skating community. I think it's appropriate for us to have that for our community members, but not necessarily a regional service. So I would recommend that and urge my colleagues to reject the issuing of this contract, and that we pursue alternatives that are less cost while meeting the needs of the community, as well as, if that doesn't suit everybody's needs, putting this to a referendum for this kind of money. We're ideally situated. We're at a time where campaigning has already begun for the elections, so we have an opportunity to put on the ballot at the same time a referendum on whether or not we should be spending this kind of money. So those are my thoughts on this subject, and thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions? Mr. Stead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I got a few things. One, I've been hearing from a number of residents along Church Road that they're just hearing about this project for the first time, which is a little bit frustrating on a few fronts. One, because we've been debating some sort of new recommendation for the better part of 10 years. And two, because we're usually on the adjudicating end of new development projects. We're usually not the ones initiating new projects, and so I think some of that might be related to their representation out that way. that they weren't being adequately informed. And residents along Church Road have been bringing a few things to my attention, which I suspect they're also going to bring up tonight as we discuss some of the other items on our agenda. One of the things that I wanted to ask, what sort of improvements do we anticipate making to Church Road as a part of this project? I know we have just over $2 million in contingency funds. What do we anticipate having to do to Church Road?
Along Church Road, we are widening a stretch of it and adding a turn lane, so when you are going towards Route 50, towards the overpass, there will be a dedicated left turn lane, so you're not blocking traffic that wants to continue heading across Route 50. And there will be a deceleration lane and turn lane as you're heading, I guess that'd be northbound across Route 50, passing the site, so cars can safely turn onto the property.
Okay, so on Church Road, going both north and south, you envision extending the road to create
A
additional turn
section
lane?
of, and I forget the exact length of it, but there's a section of that road that is getting widened so that cars turning onto the property can be out of the main circulation.
Okay, I would definitely like to know the exact length, because that's one of those devil in the details that our
Okay.
residents are definitely going to want to know. But both in the north and the southbound lanes, a turn lane with an extension of the road for some length, okay.
Correct. And that's being designed and worked, the details and the configuration of that is being worked out with DPI.
Okay, fair enough. Once the facility is up and running, one of the nice things about ICE, even though the ratio of non-residents to residents who use our existing ICE amenity is fairly high, one of the nice things about our ICE amenity is that those users do pay most of the costs of operating the facility. Our existing ICE rink, for those who don't know, even in its old condition with all of its maintenance challenges, still makes about 80% of its operating expenses, which is pretty good. Our city gym, which doesn't have nearly as many challenges, is not nearly as old, only makes 20% back. One of the things that I'm interested in, one of the reasons why I was open to the two-rink design was because I was given the impression that the dual-rink facility has the potential to make additional revenue back while not necessarily doubling its operating expenses, that there are savings achieved through economies of scale. What is your confidence level that this facility could make back the same amount of money that it costs to run?
No, the scope of our firm's engagement as well as the design team was not to study the financial impact of the project. We're focused on the cost of design and construction, not the long-term operation and maintenance costs.
Fair enough. Does staff have any thoughts on this?
Mr. Estep, we believe that the new ice rink, if constructed, will match, if not exceed, the revenues that are being taken in now. As you know, the current ice arena at one time was an enterprise fund where it was required to pay for itself. I think the numbers for our current ice arena are 70% of its return on investment. We believe that this two ice rink will be able to exceed that, because it'll take the same amount of people to operate the facility, whether it's one sheet of ice or other, and we can benefit from that by marketing the arena.
Okay, so your confidence level is high that this can become an enterprise fund facility where we are making as much money back as we're spending the actual operation?
Yes.
Okay, that's very cool. That's important to me. To Councilman Wolfley's concerns, one of the things that I've heard from some of my colleagues in the last few weeks is a question about, why is it that the cost of one rink, when we looked at it, was roughly, in the low 20 millions, and the cost of two rink was essentially only 2 million more. I realize that there's economies of scale, I realize that there's a savings in there, but some of my colleagues were having a hard time suspending disbelief to accept that the cost of one rink versus two was relatively small. And I'm curious if the staff have any thoughts on that or have anything to reiterate on that front.
Well, we're not subject matter experts on the pricing. Maybe our engineers can talk about the pricing of one versus the other.
I think a lot of the cost comparison was a comparison in renovating, restoring, and bringing the existing facility back to full operation or a like-new condition versus this brand-new two-rink facility.
So there's a savings achieved in just starting from scratch
There's a
rather than
savings
having to... Okay.
Correct, and that was really where a lot of the difference was, just that the existing facility has a substantial amount of things that need to be improved with it.
Okay. That makes sense to me. You know, I for one am glad that the costs are down to the low 20s. When we were looking at a previous project that was a combined facility with some new amenities, you know, we were approaching the high 30s, and that was a unanimous no from us that those upfront costs were too much to swallow. And I am very glad that we're confident that the revenues from this project can potentially match expenses, because to be clear for anyone watching, no other city rec facility comes even close to being able to pay for itself, so that would be a pretty impressive thing if this thing could. To my council colleague's question about potential referendum in November, if we decide to kick this to putting it on as a ballot issue in November, does staff have any thoughts on that?
Oh, certainly, sir. The bids that we have were opened in accordance with the plan and direction that I got from the council previously on April 17th. Those bids are good for 90 days. Mm-hmm. So we have to make, I will need a decision from you all, one way or the other, by mid-July, or we'll have to set this aside or start over. But I wouldn't start over without definitive direction from you all.
Fair enough. Okay. All right. That's good to know. Those are the main questions I had. I appreciate it.
Dr. Trout.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My colleague, Mr. Stev, asked half of my question. And my question relates to, I have a hard time getting a grip around how it is that 2 ice rinks is going to cost you the same price just about as doing 1 ice rink, 1 sheet of ice. I just can't come to grips with that, because when you look at it, it's not like you're doing courts, because courts, the construction cost is going to be substantially less than it would be for doing ice, because ice requires not only piping but refrigeration and a whole lot of other materials that are not germane to doing courts. So I really have, I just can't come to grips with that. Now, we did several years ago, I think it was back around 2009, 2010, we put forth an initiative to do a feasibility study. And the feasibility study was to tell us several things. What type of recreational needs that were required for the residents in the city of Bowie. It also laid out where you should be looking at putting the facility. And then also it said in undertaking this activity that the city should not go it alone, that the city should go in with another investor or have a joint venture with another organization. The feasibility study came back, says that we should do ice and courts. Now the courts says that we should do basketball and volleyball. We're not doing that. That's not what we're subscribing to based upon the $50,000 that we paid for that study back around 2009, 2010. Also, we're not going into this ice indoor sports facility, as it was originally called. We're not going in with anybody else. So basically what's happening is we're undergoing the entire expense ourselves as one entity and not adhering to the recommendation from the study. So the first recommendation was do courts and ice. we're not doing that. And the second recommendation was also to look at doing it with somebody else, another outside organization, and we're not doing that. So my question to myself is, why do we spend the $50,000 on the feasibility study if we're not going to follow the results of the feasibility study? I have a hard problem with us spending money, getting information, and then not following through on that information. Seems to be counterproductive. Also, when we look at that facility, I heard our construction expert, I guess, say that they're going to be widening Church Road, but it doesn't seem like they're widening Church Road, all of Church Road. And I appreciate the question, Councilman Instead, and I would be interested to see myself how much or how far or where this widening is taking place. If it's just in front of the facility, I don't think that's sufficient enough for Church Road.
To answer that question, the proposed widening is in the vicinity of Church Road, where the rice wing theoretically would have an impact, and that would be paid for by us.
Right, but what I'm leading to is, that's what I thought I heard, that it's going to be in the vicinity, but pretty much like right in front of the ice rink. But you have to get to the ice rink. For example, if I want to go to the ice rink, I have to come down Central Avenue, make a right-hand turn on Church Road, go all the way down Church Road in order to get there. So my familiarity with Church Road is that it's a two-lane road. It's one lane in each direction. And this occurs all the way from Grove, let's say Grovehurst, well, not Grovehurst, let's just say from Central Avenue, but actually it goes back to where the school used to be down there on, right down there past Watkins, right around Watkins Park, where Perrywood Estates are. So it runs from there all the way to 450, the old 450. And every bit of it is two lanes, one lane in each direction. So even though we widen the lane in front of the ice rink, people have got to get there. They've got to come from one direction or the other to get there. And I don't think that Church Road can handle the volume with that particular adventure there. So I'm very much concerned about it, and I make no mistake, no bones about it. You know, originally when this came up, and I'm not wavering, I was one of the two that voted no against it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Gardner, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Marcos. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Mayor, and our guests for coming out this evening. I have a question of staff, and it has been, first I want to say this has been kicked down, this can has been kicked down the road several times, and I personally would like to see some closure to this project. It's going on now for years. I understand Councilman Wolfrey's concerns as well as its staff. The price tag on this, you know, it's $25 million that we're talking. And as I've always expressed, pretty much what everyone here has stated, is that we like to see, you know, inclusive. But my question to staff and City Manager Lott, if you would confirm, because I keep hearing everyone going back to the old ice arena, and the old ice arena does not work. It has mold. It has a number of issues. It cannot, the building itself, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm told that the building itself has to be condemned or demolished entirely.
To answer your question, last year we had, after an assessment by structural engineers, the facility could be non-functional any moment now. We could have a major failure with the mechanical systems, and of course we do have a molding problem. We have a problem with our generator systems. We could end up spending millions to keep it open. So we are going to have to either within the next year or two, if we're lucky, either may have major repairs on the facility or stop operating the facility because it's too costly. And that was presented to you all, I think, when we were considering, I think the night we voted back in 17 to go forward. So it would be an understatement to say that it's on its last leg. We lost, last year we had some failures. We lost a couple, 3 weeks worth of operations. That could happen, and it could be a catastrophic failure because it's so old. And as you all recall, I don't recall because I haven't been in Bowie that long. I was in the Army when this thing was built, but it was an outdoor ice rink, and a structure was put over it. And so that in itself would have been an indication that 30 years of having a structure built over it, it's way past its life cycle.
So basically, you're saying, well, not basically, you are saying that this facility could become inoperable any day.
We could have a catastrophic failure that we simply can't afford. And tomorrow, next week, or 6 months from now, but it's going to happen. And and as a city manager, it's my fiduciary responsibility to be planning for it. I'm planning that we will put something else there or demolish that structure within the next 2 to 3 years. Because I won't be making any recommendations to spend millions of dollars in maintaining it. That would be almost tantamount to misappropriation of funds to put that much money in a building that we know is on the verge of collapse.
Okay, understood. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'd like to thank our presenters for being here, the architect and everyone, and especially thank staff and for all of their guidance on this. I know it's been a long run, and it all started, I believe, 2013 or 2014 when we gave the current rink about a year life expectancy due to the chilling system that created the ice and everything. And we were looking at about $1 million or $2 million to somewhere in between that figure to repair it. I do have one question before I go on. City Manager, can you give us an idea of what our investment is in this project as of to this date?
Well, based on the direction I received in September 2017, we moved forward with the procurement process. To date, we've spent nearly $3 million.
$3 million.
Getting to this point in design and other planning aspects.
The point I want to make is that Councilman Trout had a good point about wasting money. This project has been voted on time and time again in the last 8 to 10 years. I don't know how long we've been discussing this. And it has been approved with every vote. Yet every time it comes up, there's concerns, which I understand, and I appreciate all of my colleagues' views on this and everything. But this needs to be done, and we need to move on with this. We have a huge investment in it. Staff has shown there was a need. People have come and testified time and time again. The majority of them were in favor. They showed there was a need. And I believe that it's just, we got to get to a point where we need to have some backbone, and let's get this done. I know for a fact that I've been around to many of the other areas looking at all the expansions of ice. A lot of them have gone from 1 sheet to 2, some of them to 3.5, because they are making money. Because hockey is so it's exciting right now. People and young kids, they're into it. Everyone wants to skate. Figure skating is taking off. It's always been popular. It's just, we need to go ahead and let's get this done. And I'm very comfortable with Costello Construction. I'm familiar with them. I've been to the St. James down in Virginia, probably one of the hottest sports complexes on the East Coast that was built, and it's so popular right now. It's talked about by everyone, so I'm comfortable with that. And I would like to urge all my colleagues to follow me, and I'd like to make a motion, Mr. Mayor, if I could.
In a minute. I'll
Okay.
go back to you in a second. You finished?
I am. Go ahead.
All right, before I go back to Mr. Marcos, let me just see if I can add a quick summary here. Mr. Marcos is right. This item's been on the table at least a dozen times. We've We started with a multiple sports center, and we deferred that because the cost just got astronomical. We retreated to a single sheet of ice to replace the one facility that we currently have that was built in the 70s, and it's long past its useful life. We moved forward. We finally banged out a consensus to move forward on a single sheet of ice. At that point, the contractor came in and said, here's a price for a single sheet, but for 10% more, we can add a second sheet that takes this consideration off the table probably for the next 20 years. It provides twice the time available to this group of users that we have now. Like I said, we've talked about this over and over again. This process has gone on and on and on. And as Mr. Marcos and the city manager said, we have a substantial investment in this based on all those previous conversations and previous votes. I'm prepared to move forward on this, and I think at this point in time, that's the reasonable course of action. So with that, Mr. Marcos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And again, don't forget, this is a service that we have supplied for years. Unfortunately, we're in the business. You can't get out. We can't shut it down. People are going to be upset. It'd be like taking away all the parks in Bowie. Unfortunately, we're in the business. And with that, I'd like to make a motion to approve Resolution R14-19, accepting the bid proposal to award to Costello Construction.
Excuse me, Councilmember Marcos, it's Resolution R4319, not 1419.
R4319.
Is there a second? I'll second the motion for discussion. All right, you have a motion to move forward on the project. Any questions on the motion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Nay. 4-2, motion fails. This project dies. Council,
Mayor?
the next item on the agenda
Can I make a
really has no
follow-up?
relevance.
Can we make
No.
a follow-up motion?
What did you follow?
I'd like to move that we could, I'd like to make a motion that we put this out for a referendum. Can we do that this time?
Why not? Is there a second?
Second, I'd like to second.
All right, recommendation now is to start over again and push this out on a referendum. Yeah, any questions on the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 4-2. All right, so it'll go on referendum and we'll get that started. Well, council, again, since the next amendment was the method of payment for this, I think that now becomes a moot issue. So we'll delete item B off the agenda. Hearing no objections. Thank you, guys. I appreciate all your effort into this. Item C is mixed-use zoning amendment, Mill Branch property. Mr. City Manager.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. For the record, I'm Joe Minert, the City of Bowie Planning Director. We have on the agenda this evening 3 zoning text amendments, and these are under the Prince George's County zoning ordinance, and the council would be asked to make a recommendation on each of the amendments. The county zoning ordinance amendment process is a legislative process conducted by the county council. The county council essentially will put forth a bill, legislative bill, to amend the zoning ordinance in whichever way it chooses to do so, which will create new regulations that affect development in Prince George's County. And so in some instances, you have specific text amendments that will allow new uses in existing zones and that type of thing. The legislative process, as you can see at the bottom of the slide up on the screen, involves 3 steps with the Prince George's County Council. First, the County Council presents the legislation. It is referred to its committee, and the committee holds a committee hearing. That's the County Council Committee. And then they'll take a vote on whether to move the legislation out of committee to a public hearing. So going forward, the City Council here will make a recommendation on each of the 3 requests. Those recommendations will go to the County Council in time for the County Council Committee meeting, and also we would provide input at the public hearing. So I just wanted it to be clear for council as a reminder that the zoning text amendment process is controlled by the Prince George's County Council, and those are legislative changes. The City of Bowie's role in development was set forth by a memorandum of understanding executed with the county many years ago, and basically the city does not have any zoning control to control zoning, land use, subdivision, or other type of development in Prince George's County. The city can only recommend to the county. And so, as with legislation, it's appropriate for the council to take a position on anything pending that might affect Bowie, and then make a recommendation to the Prince George's County Council. The first text amendment on the agenda this evening is for a property that would be affected. It is Mill Branch Crossing. And unlike the other two amendments on this agenda, there is no legislation filed as of yet. This request is to provide for multifamily and age-restricted apartments and townhouses on a property located at Mill Branch Road and US 301, just south of the Rips property on the east side of 301. If a text amendment is put forth, it would allow for these uses to occur in the current zone, which is the CSC, the Commercial Shopping Center Zone. It's important to note that the site already has approval under county subdivision regulations for up to 619,000 square feet of commercial uses, and there are conditions of approval which affect upgrades to the transportation system along Route 301 and several of the intersections. So those approvals are in place. Also, we're acknowledging that there are changing trends in the retail industry toward mixed-use development, and council has seen this on a number of properties previously. Also, the new zoning ordinance, which was called the rewrite, goes into effect not until October of next year. So there's a pending time frame in which the new regulations won't go into effect. The recommended zoning under that zoning ordinance is the CGO, or Commercial General Office Zone, for this property, which allows residential uses. The property is adjacent to the Bowie Regional Center boundary, which is an important factor in your consideration of this request. If you look on the slide that's being shown now, the greenish areas are the defined Prince George's County local center for Bowie. And the Mill Branch property is located just to the south, just off of the green area along Route 301. So it's adjacent to the existing Bowie local center. The Bowie local center is, by the master plan, defined as an area where higher densities and more intense commercial development is encouraged. So this property abuts that boundary. Council has taken a position in the past regarding the Bowie Regional Center that the boundaries of that center actually be expanded to include more property than just the retail areas of Bowie Town Center, the Bowie Gateway Center, and the Melford project, but also include other properties in between. This is a map that shows the recommendation that Council made in the 2006 master plan, which recommended an expansion of the Bowie Regional Center boundaries. And as I mentioned, the Mill Branch property is located just to the south along Route 301, abutting this boundary. In terms of our analysis of this request, the developer did write a 4-page letter for Council's consideration. They went through a number of items that are relevant to the rezoning, and I did cover a few of those in the bullets that I covered earlier. Staff believes that there are numerous reasons for supporting this requested zoning text amendment. As noted in the applicant's letter, the site is already approved for mixed commercial development, and conditions are in place requiring road improvements, including improvements to US 301. The request will not increase the level of development already envisioned by the approved trip caps and transportation conditions. Secondly, multifamily and townhouse development on this site will directly support the proposed retail uses on the property, making them more viable. Apartment development is essentially commercial development and pays commercial taxes. In addition, some component of the multifamily development may be age-restricted senior residential, which is always in demand and supported by local demographic trends. So the incorporation of some townhouse development will also provide some flexibility in the transition to lower density zoning south and east of the site. Also, the City Council has already agreed to mixed-use development of the property in terms of commercial through the annexation agreement that exists. Lastly, the Council's current land use policy regarding mixed use is that it should only occur within designated activity centers, and that the highest intensity and density should locate within the Bowie Regional Center, now known as the local center. The city's development review policies include a vision for an expanded boundary, as I pointed out, of the Bowie Regional Center, encompassing many more properties than the current county-recognized boundary. Mill Branch Crossing is not currently located within that center, but is adjacent, as I explained. Because it's current council policy to advocate for an expanded regional boundary, and the Mill Branch Crossing site has been annexed with the intention of providing more intense mixed-use development, staff suggests the council definition of the boundary be further extended to include the Mill Branch Crossing property at this time. Interpreting the future master plan regional center boundary in this manner further justifies the requested mixture of uses and the proposed future zoning text amendment. So for all of those reasons, staff found that we could recommend approval of this, and if council is in agreement, the applicant would then approach the county council and have a formal text amendment drafted, which would come back to council for your action. So that concludes the staff recommendation on this item.
Okay, when I call your name, if you would come up to the middle of the podium and give us the name and identify yourself for the folks at home. All right, first speaker is Christopher Royal, and he'll be followed by Stephen Williams. Mr. Royal? Christopher Royal. Mr. Royal's not here. Stephen Williams? Mr. Williams? Peter Goldsmith? Welcome, sir.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, good evening. My name is Peter Goldsmith. I am with the law firm Lenozo & Blocker in Annapolis, and I'm here on behalf of BJ's Wholesale Club. BJ's operates a business at 16520 Ballpark Road, and we're about a few hundred feet away from the Mill Branch property. And we have been at that location since 2002, and we employ about 250 employees. BJ's asked me to come speak on their behalf this evening because they were concerned about the prospect of having residential development be constructed too close to their property. Now, there are certainly positives about bringing residential development close to their business, because that means there could be, that would bring new customers. However, sometimes if residential development is too close to their property, they find that the negatives outweigh the positives. They found that mainly that if there are apartments or townhouses or condominiums built too close, the homeowners or the people leasing the apartments tend to complain about the regularly scheduled deliveries that occur late in the evening or early in the morning. And sometimes they complain about the lights as well. And so they were just seeking assurances that there is going to be some type of buffering between their property and any proposed residential construction. Now, I've reviewed the letter that Mr. Nagy submitted to the council, and it appears that they are proposing that to the commercial and the retail component to be closer to Route 301, and then kind of transition the residential component farther away. And I've spoken to Ms. LaRocca, who's sitting right behind me, and her client, and they've said that they were willing to share some more information about the project, which we appreciate. And so all we are asking is that we get to be a part of this process and that the council consider the effect of allowing any residential development, the effect of allowing residential development to be too close to BJ's. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Dustin Kuzan? I will get back to that. I'm sorry, I took this out of place, so I'll get back to you guys next. Welcome, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Dustin Kuzan. I'm here to express some concern, I guess, from not only my own concern, but concerns of some residents that we've been hearing. We're all very aware of that. 301 continues to see more and more traffic, and there's not really any good plans in place or any priorities in the transportation plan and the CIP to get anything done on US 301. And now we're talking about adding additional development to the roadway. I personally, I'm always stuck in traffic coming down to the Bowie Regional Center on 301. It seems to be, no matter what time of day, there's always a backup just north of US 50. And I don't like to come up here without a solution. So I've been looking for solutions for a while. And the best thing I could find lately is that Montgomery County, the Park and Planning, what they do with some of their master plans, they actually make it, write that master plan into law that says that in order for future development to happen, there first needs to be improvements to the transportation infrastructure to accommodate that future development. And then it's coded legally so that developments are not able to happen without that first happening. So it doesn't matter who makes that improvement. It could be the state, could be the county, or could be private sector investment, but that needs to be done before development moves forward. Now, we have the upcoming update to the Bowie master plan, and we have a agreement, I guess a memorandum with Park and Planning currently, and I don't know the language in that, but maybe we can redo that memorandum that says that we can rely on this master plan and codify that in the legal, in the legal documents that say that development can't happen until transportation infrastructure is first improved. So it's just a recommendation to think about that maybe we can, for this development, a lot of other developments in the city, maybe we can take that approach that Montgomery County and, for example, the city of Rockville, their regional or their master plan has that in place. So just a recommendation that maybe we can take that approach. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Miranda Jackson Parkin? Welcome in.
Good evening, council members and mayor. I was coming to speak tonight. I've been living in Bowie for about 10 years, currently reside over on Mill Branch Road in the housing development that was recently built there. My concern for the development of this, which I think growth is always great because I do understand anything that would possibly help with the tax burden would be much appreciated. However, the concern that I have has to do with the infrastructure that currently exists on Mill Branch Road. The concern that I see on Mill Branch is currently it is only a 2-lane road, and there are parts as you head down Mill Branch in which you can barely get 2 cars going through at the same time. The handshake usually gets you down the road. The concern has to do with building residential community within that area when you do have numerous amount of industrial dump trucks, large trucks, garden vehicles that come down Mill Branch if you see it in the morning, and that's not even mentioning the traffic that comes down 301. Semi-trucks coming at very high speeds, motorcycles, and not to mention the number of people on bicycles who come through and those who still have to walk across the street. So you have such a mixture that is coming down 301 already, and the vehicles are at such high speed, I can see that any type of accident there is obviously going to result in some major fatalities. But I second what the gentleman just said previously. The infrastructure on Mill Branch is barely enough to kind of support what you have there now, much less adding a residential community next to it. And something seriously needs to be done on 301 with the amount of vehicles at high speed that come down 301 is just insufficient. For example, coming home today, there's a little partition between 301 where the traffic goes both ways, And cars literally park right in that spot with traffic going through at easily 60 miles an hour, with you have cars that sit within that inner space. And this is just at this time. So I think my concern would be making sure that the infrastructure is sufficient to make for the people who are coming in. I'm assuming studies have been done because I've seen the little lines across the street in terms of looking at traffic patterns. But from my point, I would think that that would actually be something that really should be highly considered to provide the infrastructure, maybe even sidewalks, so this could actually be a livable, walkable, safe community, because I do know that we have kids who catch the bus and they're standing out on the street before we start bringing more people in. So at least it's a residential community that is walkable, that is livable, and actually would be more attractive because we know the infrastructure can support the people that we have coming in.
Thank you, ma'am. Johnny Wilson? Welcome, sir. Mr. Wilson will be followed by Gary Henderson. Welcome.
Good evening, sir. Forgive my attire. I just didn't want the need to do yard work stop me from coming here tonight. I am a retired military. I'm also a federal government contractor for national security. I'm here. I live in the Mill Branch estate, and right now I'm thinking this new construction would impact our community. We have a small community, less than 50 homes, maybe like 38 homes, anywhere from 1 to 10 acres. Up to $1 million homes right now. Right now, I wish K&P Builder was here because we sold 2 homes to move into this one home, our retirement home. So 2 homes, one Charles County, Montgomery County, to come here, and we was promised that this area would be secluded, privacy. We wouldn't have a lot of traffic going in and out of the community. So we were sold on that, and my biggest concern was property value. That we will maintain property value. Right now, we got a peaceful, private community right now with a small amount, anywhere from 1 to 10 acres. The homes in there, the small community. And right now, we have no issues. I'm just thinking, this new community coming, apartments, townhomes. I'm all for affordable homes, but I'm just thinking of not just the traffic, but I just don't want our community to get overran with wandering folks come into our community, unsolicited or loitering come through the community, and it just changes the dynamics of our community right now, because it's peaceful right now. We can leave our bikes out on the lawn. We can leave the doors unlocked right now. Just don't know what is going to happen when we bring in this new community, new stores, just trying to keep a peaceful community. And we were promised that, a lot of these changes wouldn't occur. But the traffic I think that would impact our community too. Coming in, making this left turn off of Crane Highway onto Mill Branch. Right now, I'm waiting forever just to make that left turn. But I'm thinking it's going to pile up once more people come in there, and this crossing, Mill Branch crossing, come into effect. It's going to impact the community. So that's my biggest concern. If I had to walk away, was property value. We got $1 million homes in this community. Now we're talking about apartments, townhomes, and senior homes. Not being snooty or selfish, but I'm thinking maybe this is not the place for it. So that's my 2 cents.
The last speaker is Gary Henderson. Welcome, sir. Welcome.
Okay. Good evening, Mr. Mayor Robinson, as well as the council members. Again, my name is Gary Henderson. I also brought my wife with me, Billy Henderson. She's the vice president of the HOA, so
for Mill Branch Estates.
For Mill Branch Estates, the homes that Mr. Wilson just spoke of.
Welcome to you as well.
Thank you, thank you. We've heard the stories about. We've been in Bowie for over 20. We've been in Bowie for over 20 years. And we moved to Mill Branch Estates back in 2014. When we first moved to Mill Branch Estates, they said that very thing that Councilmember Trout was talking about, the sports facility, was going to be built off Mill Branch Road. Then it went from the sports facility off Mill Branch Road to Walmart. And now we're talking about building a what is that, Mill Branch Crossing was previously planned, but now we're talking about doing a commercial shopping center residential area there. We've heard the concerns from some of our residents about infrastructure as far as the unsafeness of turning on 301. We've heard the concern about property value. We've heard the concern about, crime when you have lower income houses come into Bowie. When I moved here, Walmart was open 24 hours. Now, Walmart closes at 11 o'clock now. So we've seen a change over the last 20 years in Bowie. As Mr. Wilson said, we're all for affordable housing. However, we paid a certain amount to live in a certain area, and we want certain amenities. Right now, I don't know if you guys have heard about the frugalfreeway.com. Back in February 2nd, 2018, they did a study. It's called the Trader Joe effect. Those are the types of things we have to draw into Bowie, because we're one of the most affluent counties of people of color in the United States. We're not getting that. We're getting dollar stores, nail salons, and so as a resident who paid a lot of money, as Mr. Wilson said, for my home, I would like that kind of treatment that I get when I go to Annapolis. I don't shop in Bowie anymore. I go to Trader Joe's in Annapolis, Whole Foods in Annapolis, Wegmans and Gambrels, because I don't feel like Bowie's taking care of their residents as they should. And with this new multifamily dwelling here, and with this new residential facility coming here with retirement homes, my mom lives in Pin Oak right now. Pin Oak, when it was built years ago, they had a certain standard. The standard has decreased in Bowie. And I think that if you want to attract more people and maintain that same standard, we have to raise it a little bit. Okay, you're gonna build townhouses, fine. Elevate that standard. They built the apartments across from Safeway. How many times has it changed ownership? When we had our house built in Mill Branch, the one-bedroom, 764 square feet apartment, when it was under the first management, was going for $1,800 a month. Now, you look at it, it doesn't look the same as it did 4 years ago. Again, the clientele, the people, we're not maintaining Bowie, And that's something we have to think about when we take the residents into account. I want to be able to get the same amenities as they get in Annapolis for their homes that they paid $1 million for. We're not getting that here in Bowie. And I heard you guys talk about the ice skating ring. And I'm going off track here, but that ice skating ring, is that going to generate the same revenue as a sports field would? With basketball, with soccer, football, and we're not, I don't see you guys valuing us as residents of Bowie being one of the richest black counties in the state of Maryland and in the nation.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make one thing clear. I don't
Yeah.
believe that this area is in the corporate limits of the city of Bowie.
Right.
For the record, in case
Right.
somebody's listening. Now, it may be a postal address or maybe proximity, but it's not within our corporate limits.
Can I make a statement? I'm well aware that I'm annexed.
I'm talking to you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Wait a minute, let me say, I'm a little troubled by your characterization of the people that live here. I think your characterization is a little off the mark. I mean, if you look at every number that goes into the city, the city's highest in education in terms of property values and income and whatever, and you've spent the last 5 minutes trashing the people who live here.
No, it's not that I'm trashing, Mayor.
That's the way I would interpret it.
No, please don't interpret that I'm trashing Bowie. I've been here for 20 years. Why is it that in the 20715 zip code, property values are $25,000 to $30,000 more in the 20716 zip code? Mm-hmm. When the bubble burst back in 2008, we took a huge hit because back then homes were selling for, I lived in Porter Ridge.
right,
before
I
I
got
moved to
your
Mill
point.
Branch.
I got your
And
point.
so when I lived in Point Ridge, top time, I paid $160,000 for my first home. That home went up to almost $500,000. When that bubble burst and we tried to sell our home again, we could barely get $300,000 for that home. And even now, if you look at the property, because I look at Redfin, I look at Zillow, I do the math and study what the property values are going to be worth. And again, as I said, I'm not trashing Bowie because I wouldn't have bought another house here.
Well,
So I
thank you
just
very
want to
much.
be clear.
thank you. All right, that's
you.
all the people I have signed up to speak.
Mr. Mayor, we had one omission off of the list, and that was the attorney representing Mr. Chesley.
Yes, I'm going to go to them
Michelle
right now.
LaRocca.
Going to the applicant. Welcome, Counselor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. I was told I shouldn't sign up on the sign-up sheet, so I didn't, so I apologize for being out of order, but last is always great. So I'm Michelle LaRocca with Myers, Rodbell, and Rosenbaum. I've got offices in Riverdale Park, Maryland. Mr. Nagy, who is the author of the April 30th, 2019 letter that's in your backup, was not able to be here tonight, so my firm stepped in, and that's why I'm here. Mr. Chesley's also with me. Mr. Chesley is a longtime developer in Prince George's County and in the Bowie area. We've been working on this project together for probably about 20 years, and we've very much enjoyed the working relationship we've had with the city of Bowie as well. This has been 74 acres of development. It's had a lot of approvals in its past, a lot of steps that we've gone forward, and frankly, your city has been a partner in terms of this long road to bringing this project to fruition. And I think that's also best evidenced by the annexation we did just a few short years ago. So at this point in time, we have an opportunity to take this project that's already approved. It's got an existing preliminary plan. In fact, it's kind of record plat for all commercial mixed-use development on the site. And I think it's really with the coming into fruition of the new zoning ordinance and the new vision that the county has for more intensive development in core locations, that Mr. Chesley really realized there's an opportunity to take this site and really bring it to the new view of how properties at key locations like this should be developed. A lot of the existing approvals that are in place for this site already require, I should say the gentleman who spoke, our law also here in Prince George's County requires adequate public facilities, commonly called APF, as part of the approval of any subdivision in the county before you build. And on this piece of property, when we went through that approval process, part of what we were conditioned with and what we agreed to were many millions of dollars worth of improvements to US 301 and also Mill Branch Road, involving new upgrades to the traffic signals, widening of all of those roads, sidewalks, trails, and that is all in accordance with what the state highway envisions for the ultimate redo of 301 and Mill Branch one of these days when all of those funds come in place. In fact, the way that we've got the new connection with Mill Branch Road coming in is all in complete accordance with the state plans for what will ultimately be flyovers in that location. State Highway approved all of those conditions and all of our plans prior to us getting approval. Also, by the fact with the text amendment, with all the commercial development that was always envisioned on this site, by transitioning some of those properties to residential, you'll in fact have even less impact, especially with the concerns with any truck traffic on Mill Branch Road. I also want to say that we had an opportunity just to speak briefly with Mr. Goldsmith tonight. I know he just got retained by BJ's to look at this. We'll be glad to work with them, but I can't imagine that they would have any impacts from our development on this site, simply because the intervening property, first of all, we're quite a distance away, but there's also heavy forest there, an extremely great stream valley. The stream that comes in there also with wetlands, part of when we did our approval, I'll never forget the evidence we put in at the planning board. That stream there is now so deep and so it comes down and almost straight down on the sides. And we took a picture of our 6'4" engineer standing in the bottom of the stream valley, showing what the great impact there that you have and what the distance is with all those trees. So there's a great deal of intervening property that we certainly cannot touch environmentally that I think will assure his client that there will be no negative impact. But at the same time, With the residential development, it also requires a detailed site plan, which obviously would be something the public would review, you would review, everyone would fully vet that plan prior to us going forward. So I think the protections are in place. Certainly our commitments that we've shown through the prior approvals that we've already gotten to the road improvements being there. I believe we can successfully do this and really create an even more viable project that will better meet today's markets.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Chesley's also here. We'd very much like your support,
Okay.
and we look forward to working with your staff again. Thank you.
All right, we may have some more questions for you. All right, council, you got staff report and you got community comments and councils. Do they have questions for anybody? Any questions? Mr. Wolfley.
All right, some are comments, some are question. The first is a comment, and which will lead into a question, which is, it's the old adage, you know, when you find yourself in a hole, and you know what's the best thing? The first thing is stop digging, and that's, I think, the prevailing problem we have with traffic in this area. And I understand, and I'll look to staff for clarification. My understanding is that the adequate public facilities tests and the requirements that developers are obligated to make improvements, it's to accommodate their impact to the area. Is that correct?
Councilman Wolfley, the test, the APF test applies to, it sets a level of service, and if the applicant's traffic is below that level, below level D, they have to actually improve the system, not just taking care of their own traffic, but bringing it up from like level E to level D. So they have to take more than their own site-generated traffic and bring it up to level D.
But as a result of this, we don't expect to see improvements in that traffic. I mean, when I'm looking, every time I have a conversation with this type of subject, the expectation is that there'll be some contribution, say fixing an interchange or making some upgrades to an access point or the like, but that the overall structure of that area isn't going to change, and that there's not going to be a material improvement in the region because they're not generating all the traffic. I mean, this traffic is not just coming from Bowie, it's coming from, you know, Upper Marlboro and Point South, as well as from Crofton and the like. And I would not expect that any developer would be in a position to be obligated to fully remediate all the shortcomings of our traffic through that area.
Councilman Wolfley, I can send you the traffic analysis that was done. I know that's not really what's on the agenda here tonight, the actual site development, but they do have the approval from the county. It requires them to do a number of road improvements to 301. They're also dedicating quite a bit of roadway frontage so that that future master plan roadway and the flyover can be constructed eventually by the state. So looking at the traffic report, which I'll send you, it explains how they're mitigating not only their impact, but bringing additional traffic and adding capacity to offset that impact.
And when would that happen?
The conditions are in place in the preliminary plan of subdivision approval that exists now. So it's all timed with the phases of development.
But the overall improvements would not be there, right? I mean, the flyover ramps and that sort of stuff, and that's way downstream.
Correct. That would be constructed by the state as
some point in time.
Future project, yes.
Right, which is really what we need for that area, right? Which is a major overhaul. Okay. So one of the things that, you know, has been persistent in my time on the council and before has been the concern about traffic, and my constituents continue to raise that issue, and I'm not comfortable that this really solves any of those problems. I'm also a little bit concerned that what we're looking at is a text amendment when we're looking for or we're expecting to see the zoning rewrite, which is supposed to, I think, take effect in 2020. Is that correct? So Is that correct? Yep, all right. So this is in effect advancing it forward a couple of years in terms of when they can start the development. That having been said, we have a Bowie master plan that I would presume that we would want to upgrade in the meantime. So we in effect are usurping our ability to look at this holistically by advancing it through a text amendment as opposed to the overall process. And I don't think that's a good road to go down. So we heard earlier, you know, mixed use commercial is not the same in my mind as mixed use commercial with residential. We've seen this elsewhere in the city, and people have not been favorable to that. So I'm afraid I don't see a way that I can bring myself to support this. But thank you anyway. Appreciate the responses and appreciate your being here to handle our questions. Thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Stab.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to the applicant for presenting tonight and for residents for coming out and talking to us, especially the Hendersons. I appreciate the kind of concerns that you're sharing. My biggest concern is that even though there are a lot of established policies which seek to internalize the costs of new developments, like the public safety fund that you have to pay per unit when the thing gets built, the reality is that, you know, we've seen a lot of projects come down the pike. And even though it's often the city and the county that's signing off on the project, a lot of the major road improvements that need to happen have to be made by the state. And if our experience with 197 and 450 has taught us anything, is that the end of times will come sooner before certain state road improvements will, largely for simply lack of funds. And 301 right now is a pretty heavily trafficked corridor. We've got 3 projects off the top of my head coming online just in near the Bowie area: the Melford project, which will add 1,700 residential units; the Carrington project, which this body just supported a few weeks ago, which will add 1,900 units; and Amber Ridge, which will likely add 400 to 500 units as well. And these are just the projects on one short section of 301. This doesn't include all the development that's happening south of this area and all the development that's currently happening in Anne Arundel. And anywhere you go along this 301 corridor, whether it's Gambrels or Crofton or Bowie, the one question that you tend to get from residents is, what's happening to our road? Why am I sitting in a parking lot, you know, trying to get to my house? And unfortunately, residents and I and many of my colleagues are never quite satisfied with the answers that we get from those who are in a position to make improvements to these roads. I totally get, and to a point that the Hendersons made earlier, you know, the reality of retail in 2019 in the Amazon age is that it is in fact very much helped by higher density housing. A lot of the nice retail you see in Annapolis, for instance, is anchored by luxury apartments and high density centers. The challenge that I have is, even though high density makes a lot of sense in many contexts, it tends to make a lot more sense around areas with robust public transit, around metro stations, you know, around the MARC stations. When you build high density as sort of islands unto themselves in suburban areas, and the only way for people to get around is in a car, you know, it does create a pretty significant congestion impact that I frankly don't think is ultimately really mitigated by the improvements that the developers make, even though, you know, those are worthwhile. So, you know, sorry, I'm checking off my list of things to talk about here. We got a long night. I have one question for staff. We've on the council been really hoping to stay on top of ways in which the county zoning rewrite could impact existing areas where residential is either not currently allowed, or where residential could potentially be made more dense as a result of the zoning rewrite. It seems that this particular area is subject to that change because of the zoning rewrite, that we might be having more density coming anyway because of the zoning rewrite. And I really, really want to know where else in the city right now does the zoning rewrite potentially either create residential where it doesn't exist or increase the density of residential where it is currently lower.
Councilman Esteve, the locations where that type of development could occur under the new zoning ordinance is primarily the commercial zones that exist now, the CSC zones. Mm-hmm. Most of the older shopping centers in Bowie have that zoning, CSC.
So Free State, Hilltop.
Right, Free State, Hilltop, Bowie
So
Plaza.
I just want to be extremely clear.
Pointer Ridge.
So what we're saying is that any place that's currently in that CSX zone, is that it?
The new zone, CSC is the current zone.
CSC is the current zone? So just to be clear, any place in the city of Bowie right now that's in that current zoning, after the zoning rewrite, will have the potential for residential. So we could be talking about residential at Free State, at Hilton, at any number of other locations. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Cool. All right. So, residents takes note. I don't really have anything else. I understand the frustration that residents have. There are trade-offs with anything, right? We can support a lot of new residential, and that could potentially support a broader retail base. But I have to tell you, in my 4 years on the council, in the hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of doors I knocked on, and the many conversations I've had with residents have absolutely no appetite for new residential without substantial improvements to roads that'll ease congestion for them. We had a colleague recalled last year over a modest 225 apartment unit complex. If we didn't learn our lesson from that, I don't think we will. So, I'm a no on this.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I want to thank Mr. Chesley and his team of people for coming out this evening, as well as my colleagues who spoke prior to me this evening in their comments, in which I definitely understand your approach and your opinion. Also, I want to thank the Hendersons that came out from Mill Branch Estates. But I do want to strongly say to you, I thank you for coming out. But there is an issue because you're not within the city of Bowie, okay? And my obligation is to the residents of the city of Bowie. And when we all sit up here, we all know we're standing and sitting here in the building, City Hall, and which of all of us share in it. And under the leadership of our mayor, Fred Robertson, we went 10 straight years, everyone. 10 straight years without a tax increase. We all sat up here and we were bickering and battling about $25 million. We have a fine police department, a beautiful city hall. We have a number of amenities that we here enjoy within the city of Bowie. Twice a week trash collection and recycling programs, snow removal that is like by far the best in the region. And this is all because of the services that are provided by staff and then our leadership of our mayor. But those services, they do not come without a cost. We have to pay for these things. Someone has to pay for them, and collectively, we all pay for them. And we can't pay for them and continue to enjoy these services if we do not have a tax base. That tax base is created by residential. It is not created by commercial. And it's not, a very small, very, very small bit of it is entertainment. I know everyone barks and complains about new residential coming into the community, but there are a number of communities here within Bowie that if we listen to each one of them, this room would be empty tonight. Longleaf was a community that was fought heavily and hard to prevent people from coming into Longleaf. Now it is a positive part of our community with density, with a great tax base to the city of Bowie. We also have Woodmore Estates. I think there are some residents here I do recognize in the back from Woodmore Estates there. Yeah, that if we did not have Woodmore Estates, which too, as the Hendersons mentioned, $1 million price tag, Woodmore Estates are those and above. So there are a number of city services that all of us here enjoy. We have to pay for them. They do not come for free. And it is something that we may not enjoy having neighbors, but, and I don't mean this to sound offensively, I'm just being factual to the Hendersons. When you buy a home and it's by a very large open field, you might want to say about some days in the future, sometime in the future, there may be housing, hotels, commercial, whatever could come in there because this property owner actually owns that property. Now, I do understand that he's no longer looking to bring in a big box of a Walmart. and I understand that there was some opposition to that, but then there was some people who supported it as well. People have differences of opinion. That's what makes us all rather unique. But with that particular location, I do know that that throughout the entire region and throughout our area, where traffic is on a rise everywhere, and we are working with this developer, and this developer has said he's willing to provide and be involved with any types of measures to assist the state, city, and county to controlling the traffic. So what we have, it's my opinion, that we have a developer who's willing to work with the city, who's done a number of projects in the city, who has a long history with the city as well as the community, and he wants to develop a positive quality product, of which I personally can support it, because we have these bills, and they're continuing to come in. Each year, we go through a budget process, and this year, I want to say, we went into our reserve fund by $6 million. Next year, it may be another 6, until there is no reserve fund whatsoever. No one here enjoys taxes. I know I simply don't enjoy receiving my residential tax bill, which is about $6-7K a year. Now, because of the mayor and because of this council, we've kept that at a 0 increase for 10 years. And that is because of our residential tax base. Because of that. Now, there's going to become a time, such as other communities, where there have been a number of tax increases. We got to look beyond our wants and our desires to meeting our needs. The needs of the cities is that we have to have public safety, we have to have clean and less debris, we have to have a police department, we have to have staff, we have to have trash collection, and we have to pay for it. So this is the only means that we can pay for it. And if we continue to say no, 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 no to every residential development project, then the city is going to become bankrupt. And if right now we have the highest credit rating than any city in the region, we have a reserve fund because of the direction of our mayor and the staff, and I'd like us to continue down that path. I personally am going to support this project because he's not asking to develop housing, everyone. He's not asking for that. What he's asking for today, this developer is asking for a text amendment which will give him the ability to come back to present a project to where we can say yay or nay to. That's all he's asking for. And I ask my colleagues to support that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to the applicant, Mr. Chesley, staff, my colleagues. Couple of things. Councilman Gardner is correct in his last observation. Basically, what this is a text amendment so that the applicant can get started a little bit sooner. All of the approvals will have to come before the council. They've already gone through the preliminary sub-plan, but you still have to have the detailed site plan, which is the last plan, and so they have at least 2 other times to come before us. What I'd like to see in the future, I'd like to have us pay more attention to volume to capacity ratios. I received a lengthy packet from Mr. Chesley, his firm, because I met with them and they were asking, giving me some information about the project. And automatically, my chief concern from day one was traffic, because 301 is a traffic congestion. So in this particular document, and let me see how many pages are there. There's over 40 pages. It's about 50 pages on one document. So He gave me 100 pages to read over the weekend. Well, since the last, actually, Mr. Perez gave it to me, I think it was on Thursday, so all day Friday and Saturday, you can see all the highlights and the underlines on these pages here. But that's what he's asking for. But I'm glad that I have this information because I can tell him what I need for the next time that they come before us. And the first thing I need to have them pay specific attention to the volume to capacity ratios. And in my research and going over this documentation, it's a lot of zoning information that you have to go through. And so it forced me to go on the web and go to the Prince George's County zoning website. And as a result, I have a number of different terms that I have copied in doing my due diligence in preparing for this tonight. So that's one thing that has to come out. And just so like everybody is aware of what I'm talking about. So we know there's a traffic problem on 301. We've heard from one of my colleagues about some additional developments coming up, because he was a little off on the numbers though. He said 1700 for Melford, 1800 for Southlake. Southlake is actually 1632. And it really has a cap on it where you start to get another lane, which is in the covenants, which I negotiated with the developer, so that once it gets to 1294, you automatically get another lane, and there's money that goes in to the coffer for that. So that's with taking care of that particular area for Carrington. So the lane is going to be one additional lane on both sides of 301, south and north. Now, with this particular project here, I'm looking at getting together with, we need to get together with the developer because we do need to expand 301. There's no ands, ifs, and buts about that. And what my discussion with the developer, I believe that he led me to believe that that's what they plan on doing. So we have to have more definitive information on that. All of the information that is available in this document right now for Mill Branch with regard to traffic is obsolete. A traffic study has to be done. So the traffic studies that has been done are not up to date. We need to have a new traffic study, of which they have agreed to do. They agreed to do a new traffic study. So that's another piece of important information there. One thing that we did not discuss, and maybe you might want to come up to the podium, Mr. Chesley, because this is something that, or whoever you want to have come up from this is something that we did not discuss about the ramifications of it. And that is, I don't know if my colleagues are aware, but you are talking about a 150-bed hotel, right?
I'm sorry, how many?
You are talking about a 150-bed hotel.
Yeah, we call them actually doors or rooms, yes, sir.
Okay. The concern I have is, and what I don't know is, have you talked to Rips? Because Rips is in the lodging business also. And your hotel will be in the same proximity as where Rips is, and Rips is in the lodging business. So I don't know if you've done that, and I would like to know the outcome of that, your conversations, with Rips, what is Rips' opinion on you putting up a 150-bed hotel there, because it should have some sort of impact on their lodging business, and I don't think it would be a positive impact. I think it would probably have a minimum impact that would be negative, but that's something that we need to flush out downstream.
I have not talked with the present owner of Rips.
I believe Rips is closed.
Michelle LaRocca, the attorney for Rips is actually here tonight. He just advised the hotel there is closed. It won't be reopening because of apparently the state of disrepair.
Okay, so they're not going to be opening?
No, they won't be.
Okay, so
Advised, Mr. Councilman.
So you're going to scratch the 150-room hotel, but my next question would be, if you're scratching that, are you planning on put something there in place of the 150-bed
I
hotel?
think there's a misunderstanding. What we're saying is that the Rips Hotel, what Ms. LaRocca just said, was they are closed and they're not planning to open again. We still have a lot of people who have approached us about putting a hotel there. We have not pursued those talks because we're way back too early in the stage of going through the process.
Okay. So if you do not put the 150-bed hotel there, then you're obviously going to put something else there, right?
Well, we do believe we will be putting a hotel there in that range of size.
Okay. Now, my next question is, have you talked to Dr. Murphy about you putting that hotel there? Because Dr. Murphy just opened up the Marriott Courtyards at Milford. Plus, he has another hotel which is going to be opening up. Because I don't want to have us be flooded with all these different hotels, because Carrington is talking about 300 beds worth of hotels, so 300 beds worth of hotels is two hotels. So if you're talking 2 at South Lake, which is formerly known as Carrington, you're talking 150 bed here, that's another, so that's 3 hotels, and then Dr. Murphy already has one up, another one in the drawing board, so we're up to 5 hotels now. Plus he also has, he's planning for 3 hotels at the Milford site. So I'm thinking we may have overabundance of hotel rooms, so we may want to address that issue downstream. But as far as the 301 and expansion of 301, I know what you told me. Can you tell my colleagues what you plan to do on 301? Because that is what folks in the audience want to know. What are we talking about as far as alleviating some of the traffic on 301?
As you're aware, we have a record plat and a detailed a preliminary plan approval for the road improvements that we're going to do, as we discussed. And I can appreciate your concerns for that. Can I resolve all the traffic problems on 301? No, I can't. We're quite small compared to the road work that needs to be done. The traffic is increasing. The traffic needs to be handled through development as it occurs, and we are making a great deal of improvements, which includes an additional lane in front of our property all the way straight through, as well as decel lanes and accel lanes, widening Mill Branch Road to 4 lanes instead of 2 lanes, new traffic lights at Excalibur and Mill Branch Road, additional work at the other intersections just north of us. We're doing well over $6 million worth of improvements at today's numbers. So we are paying a substantial price for road improvements. If every project that comes along made similar improvements dollar-wise, a lot of it would be resolved. Certain improvements, if the state does not provide the money or the federal government, they can't be done, overpasses and so forth. That's beyond the ability of most developments that take place, and any development that I know about in the state of Maryland. So we are trying to do our part. We are more than mitigating our part of the traffic that we will be putting on the road, and we're also bringing the standards where intersections are failing up to at least a D level. We're also providing traffic relief for the park that is behind us. It's a 280-acre park, I think we discussed, which is just east of our property, owned by the Maryland National Park and Planning Commission. Our improvements include the traffic that they will generate. The fact that that park is coming in is one of the reasons hotel owners are calling us, because they want to be adjacent to that for the type of development that's envisioned there. It's a substantial park. So we are not only paying for improvements traffic-wise for ourselves, but for the park in the rear. We're also providing access to that park so they can build their park. 2 lanes in, 2 lanes out. So we are doing a lot of things. Today, though, all we're asking for today is for you to say you can prepare a text amendment that would allow us to bring back to you a preliminary plan for what we want to do now, which will require us to do another traffic study. We are already have done a preliminary plan, which is approved and record platted, and we can develop the property as it is zoned right now in accordance with that plan. Those are all approved. That study for that traffic is in the queue for development in this area. If we develop it this year or 5 years from now with that plan, we're good to go with the traffic and the improvements that we have to do, which I say are very substantial. If we do what I'm asking for in this text amendment, then I have to come back and give you another preliminary plan and do another traffic study, and you can look at all the details again. But we already know in our calculations that the development, as we foresee now, because of online shopping, this plan with a mixed use and a walkable community will generate less traffic than what's already approved. So I think we're all going in the right direction. I just need to show you more parts of it. I'd like to do that now with this text amendment and bring it back rather than wait a year or so and then come back to you and start all over again.
Right. Now, based upon the information that I've read and what you said tonight, and we understand that basically what you're trying to do is get started on, for all intents and purposes, not on actual bricks and mortar start, but just on paperwork and permitting and stuff. Is that what you're
Exactly.
trying to do? That's
exactly.
So we're not talking about bricks and mortar. We're talking about going to DPI and stuff like that.
We're not asking for any permits, and we're not asking you to even approve today what will be developed there.
Okay.
There's one approval. If you approve this text amendment, it allows us to come back to you with a new preliminary plan, which will be the walkable mixed-use community with residential, and a new traffic study for your total reconsideration again.
Okay, so is it safe to say that we are going to see you come back at least 2, maybe 3 more times?
At least 2. We have preliminary plan.
Okay.
We have
Are you
a
planning
detailed
on
site
having-
plan and a record plat.
Are you planning on having any stakeholder meetings with the residents?
Yes, we will. That's why we came to you before we even submitted
Okay.
our text amendment.
Okay.
That's why we came here, even before we start anything.
Okay.
Say, let me start. Is that okay if we work with the staff, do the text amendment, you approve that, we move forward, then I come back to you and start all over with the preliminary plan, the new traffic study, the new detailed site plan, and you look at things for the second time.
Okay. Can we also get you to sit down with the city and go over, like, doing some covenants, just to make sure that you're doing what we want you to do and we're doing what you want us to do?
Yes, absolutely, and
So
we certainly are going to.
open the covenants on it, right?
Yes, and as we discussed, if the council feels comfortable in approving with this minimum we're asking for today,
Right.
to go forward, we then would take that and we would develop our preliminary plan, go talk with the citizens before we come back to you, and then bring it all to you after we've talked to them too.
Right, and once you talk to the citizens and then come back to the council, then we can have the input that has been generated from the citizens and also my colleagues here, where we can actually sit down with you and do come up with some covenants. Are you amiable with that?
Yes, you're directly on target, sir. Thank you.
Okay, all right, I'm good.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Chesley, for being here. You and your council, please wait. I have a couple of questions. Just curious, what year did you buy that property?
At this age, they go so fast. I think it's about 20 years ago.
20 years?
It's certainly more than 18, but I'd say it's about 20.
I assume you bought it as an investment, correct?
I bought it for the intention that we're talking about tonight, as well as what's already been approved, yes. But the world's changed a little.
Just curious, last year, what'd you pay on taxes on that, do you know?
The tax bill last year was about $500,000.
$500,000.
Now, I would need to be clear, we appealed that.
$500,000.
Yeah. We appealed the tax assessment on the property.
I don't blame you.
And it really is out of line, it was reduced at the staff level. We had a hearing there, and it was reduced further. We're actually going to court. I could get into the numbers on it. We have a very good case, or we wouldn't be wasting our time doing that, but none of it's approved yet.
Right.
But I mean, it's certainly going to happen, so I don't want to mislead anybody what's going on.
I'm just curious, and I'm not sure if you know or not, or if your council knows, how much of that went to the state and why we don't have road improvements on 301. The city of Bowie does not control Route 301. We don't control a lot of the roads around that area. But we catch a lot of the hurt of people being stuck in traffic. And it's not only around Bowie, it's everywhere. Unfortunately, we're very close to Washington, D.C. and Baltimore, which happen to be very popular places for employment, living, other things, and everything else. But if you can explain a little bit to me why in 20 years, what has taken so long to get to where we are right now? You got close with Walmart and the project and everything, but is the process that long to go through permits and everything with the county?
Well, the process time is something that's evolved, and it just becomes more complicated, more intense, and there's appeals. Everybody's concerned about what's going on. Mm-hmm. There's certainly a lot of knowledge that needs to be attached for everybody that's concerned about what's going on, especially in regard to the traffic. The traffic really is not going to improve. It's not going to improve on 270, on Route 5, 301. It's an inter-county connector for the rest of the South and for what's north of us.
As a matter of fact,
the developers come in and they do a certain amount, and then the state comes in usually and does the rest. The state and the federal government in this case need to be involved, and there needs to be a movement to make things happen. Mm-hmm. That's a concerted effort between everybody getting on board for it. If you stop going forward because schools are overcrowded, instead of raising more money to build schools and try to get that money appropriated in the right places for the schools, that development comes forward, it goes somewhere else. I mean, when we stopped building here, they built in Waldorf in Charles County. The traffic that we're getting is coming from Charles County, it's coming from Virginia and so forth. If it will get worse unless we grow in a natural, well-planned master plan like we're following.
Part of that whole cycle is the reason mixed use is becoming so popular, has the last 10 or 15 years, correct? It's part of the way to solve the problem of congestion and traffic and everything else by offering communities that offer all the conveniences and services that are needed to keep people off the road, right?
It is, and the future has changed. If I go back 5 years ago, I did not know what I know today, and that is people are shopping online. Walmart didn't know. They were in the middle of trying to get a superstore built. And during a 5-year period, the whole world's changed. There's no more big boxes to be built anywhere, not just in Bowie or Maryland, but the whole country. That is not, it's over all of a sudden. And it really became a sudden thing over the last couple of years that Walmart realized that, and we realized that. The community that we're planning is what's going on across the country. It didn't come just from Prince George's County Council, this new zoning. It's everywhere where you have a metropolitan area, and it's called walkable communities, where the people in this community, if we get this project built, they will live there, they can go get a pizza, they can get a hamburger, they can have a sit-down dinner, they can have people come and stay at the hotel, the kids can play at the park in the back, they can get gas for their car, and they can work in the office building there. And when they become older, they can move into the age-restricted, and finally they can move into assisted living.
Got it.
So those people aren't going to be going out on the road as much as most communities. It will reduce it some. I'm not going to try to sell that, but it helps a lot.
I understand completely. I mean, that's a large investment that you have. I invested in the Bowie area with my home, which I paid nowhere near the taxes you did. I also invested in a business within the city of Bowie. I wish I had my colleague trying to fight away competitors for me, but you know, good luck with the hotel. There's 3 or 4 of them. So, but you got to call me, Jim. In any sense, you know, it's just
it's certainly.
I just wanted to get an idea of what it takes to get from point A to point B when someone like yourself invests in a piece of property, and I appreciate you being here tonight and kind of explaining that for me. Thank you.
I appreciate the questions. One of the good rules, though, is to start very young.
Okay.
Is there any other questions?
Before I ask for a motion, I'd like to ask the planning director just quickly, am I overestimating or underestimating the issue here? It sounds to me like what you're saying and what the developer is saying is that they agree with the tentative proposals that are in the 2020 plan, and they're willing to operate on that. What they're trying to do is apply that, you know, to the current situation, so they don't have to sit for make a 20-year project into a 22-year project while they can't do anything. And they and you have both said that whatever they plan to do still has to come through the process, you know, just like Dr. Trout said. Speaking of Dr. Trout, I just want to remind everybody, you know, when we did the project down there off of Central Avenue, it was because of that negotiation process that largely Dr. Trout took a lead on, that we were able to reduce the density there by about 600 units and get them to commit to working on 301. I think both of those are positive situations. I think, just a second, I know these kind of proposals generate critics. A lot of the criticism is reasonable, and people are reluctant to see any kind of change. But I was just reading some stuff. This Friday, we're having a presentation on the growth of the Levitt Bowie. Maybe some people here remember that in 1968, the single largest annexation that ever occurred in this city was Bel Air at Bowie. And I submit to anybody that that proposal and that development created the strongest, the most diverse, and the most family-friendly community in the region. I think this community here is incredible. And it's incredible because we've tried to balance the growth of business and residential thing. Because I, for one, am absolutely convinced that neither the residential community or the business community prospers unless they both prosper together. The city has grown, and I know people, I had a fellow ask me the other day if we were going to keep the city the same it was when he moved here in 1962 to his bedroom community. He wanted the city to stay just like that. And I suggested to him, with all due respect, that that train left the station 30 years ago. You have to realize that Bowie is the 4th largest city in the state now. And by population, you're larger than 8 of the counties. And I think it's an incredibly well-managed, and I know I got some probably undeserved comments over here, but the city has grown because we've been able to embrace change. We've embraced new people, we've adjusted with everything that's happened. And I will put this city up against any municipality in the state of Maryland. It is strong, it is diverse, it is financially stable. Like I said, I don't know another community in this region that has signed 10 consecutive balanced conservative budgets without a tax increase. And one of the reasons with that is because we also have to have a diversity of business and people as well. I think the telling point here was the question that you asked. He's been sitting on this property for 20 years going through a process. This, if we approve this, the only thing it does is it moves the process forward. You still got to go through everything here. You know, I share everybody's concerns about traffic. I share concerns about, change. But the reality is, these people also are part of our city, and they have a right to a fair shake as well. And I think the request is reasonable. You know, staff, I don't recall seeing a lot of staff recommending approval for text messages in the past, but I think this is one of the ones where its application is reasonable. Because like I say, in all fairness, I think we should go there. With that, Dr. Trout, I want to wrap this up. We still got a whole bunch of work to do yet tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I understand. Number one, when we talk about the city of Bowie, you hear sometimes the negativeness about the city of Bowie. But let me just, and sometimes this happens with the residents within the city of Bowie. But the outside people that look at us, the ones that rate cities and that rate states, as far as how they compare against one another. And the mayor has said that we're the 4th largest city in the state of Maryland, which is absolutely correct. But also, USA Today, and you have other news media organizations, periodicals, print media, they all have unanimously stated that the city of Bowie is the #1 city in the state of Maryland. So in the state of Maryland, it doesn't get any better than what's in the city of Bowie. It's always easy to knock us around and say we're not doing this and we're not doing that. But when you look at the cities, when we go through the budget, we look at the cities and we look at what the property tax rates of the cities. We are at the bottom. We're the lowest. And we have some cities that their tax rates are even higher than us, and they still charge additional rate for trash collection. That's included in our tax rate, in our property taxes. That's not the case with all other cities. I just want to wrap this up by saying one thing. Covenants. Covenants are very important. We do not have municipal land use, so we don't govern ourselves as of yet. But Mr. Chesley has agreed that we can work together and come about and look at some of the things that he wants and some of the things that we want for the city and what he wants. In talking to him, I got the impression that he is a fair man, that he is a man of his word. And by him agreeing also tonight, without any hesitation, and that was a big part for me. He didn't stutter, didn't mumble, didn't hesitate one iota. He said, yeah, I'm open for that. So with that, I think we should vote favorable for it, because here again, all we're doing is helping him out to get the paperwork started a whole lot easier. This is not bricks and mortar, but putting bricks and mortar in the ground a little bit sooner. But this is to get him to a point where when it does come time for the bricks and mortar, he doesn't have to wait for the paperwork. And the question that Mr. Marcus, the Councilman Marcus asked him was really apropos. You asked the question, are you having that hard of a time in permitting?
Okay.
Jimmy, they changed the name to DPI, and they changed it to DPI because it was a problem with permitting, and it's still a problem with permitting. You could get to Normandy and back before you can get a permit done here.
All right. all that said, you got a recommendation from staff, recommend approval of the project. You've heard from the public, you've heard from the developer, you've heard from staff. Is there a motion? All right.
I move for approval of the text amendment.
Second.
Moved and second by Mr. Gardner. Any questions on the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? 4-2. But before I go, in this age of electronics, I just learned I misspoke. I said that the annexation of Bel Air at Bowie was 1968, 1958. And I will tell you that, you know, that I spoke to one of your neighbors a while back, and they were complaining about the development. And I reminded them that when her development was open, the city of Bowie's population was 900, and they doubled it. All right, thing done. Item next, Dunkin' Donuts.
Thank you. Thank you for coming out.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mayor. The next item on the agenda is item D under new business, and this is a text amendment known as CB 13 2019. It's for it would impact the Dunkin' Donuts business located at Bowie Plaza. The intent is to have that development or that project move across the street to the vacant bank building, which is currently in the CO zone at the corner of Old Chapel Road and Maryland 197. The CO zone does not permit eating and drinking establishments in the current zoning ordinance. This bill, CB 13, includes certain criteria in order for a property to qualify. The new zoning ordinance that we mentioned earlier becomes effective in October of 2020, and the site is recommended for CGO zoning, commercial general office zoning, which will permit eating and drinking establishments. So the business owner is simply asking to be able to move ahead now rather than wait until the new ordinance becomes effective. This bill is actually going to the County Council Committee this Thursday, June 6th at 10 a.m., and they would be taking public testimony at the committee meeting, at which time there'd be a vote on whether to move it out of committee and to a public hearing sometime in July. Staff sees no harm in approving this requested zoning text amendment, as the bank site that exists now should have ample room for pedestrian and vehicular circulation, which will meet the criteria of CB 13. The improved drive-through service will result in Dunkin' Donuts business working a little more efficiently, and a vacant building will be eliminated. Also, an existing city business will be retained and provided an opportunity to become more successful. So staff felt in looking at this request that it does meet the purposes of the proposed CGO zone, and staff recommends that council forward a favorable recommendation to the committee this Thursday for CB 13. The business owner's representative, Mr. Tedesco, is here with us this evening, and that concludes the staff presentation.
Mr. Mayor, anybody sign up? Anyone sign up to speak?
Yeah.
Anyone sign up to speak?
I'm sorry?
Anyone sign up?
Well, let's, is there anybody, wait a minute, let's go to, is there anybody here representing Dunkin' Donuts? Yeah, the applicant, welcome, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. For the record, Matthew Tedesco with the law firm of Acme, Hosey and Greenbelt, here on behalf of GM Bowie Realty LLC, who is a franchisee of the existing Dunkin' Donuts across 197. I want to thank staff for its presentation and for its report. I'll be brief. Hopefully I can be brief. I know you've had a long agenda, a long evening. We do support staff's recommendation. This request for text amendment to the CO zone really is to align the CO zone with the proposed CGO zone. And in fact, the draft text amendment includes the requirements and regulations with respect to this use as if it were in the CGO zone with respect to queuing, distances of the call box, as well as parking and circulation and pedestrian. So although the new zoning ordinance has not yet taken effect, this piece of legislation actually incorporates some of the regulations and standards of the proposed zoning ordinance into now this current applicable zoning ordinance. So it really is just an attempt to align the two ordinances together and bring this property into the ability for it to be adaptively reused for a Dunkin' Donuts and move them across the street. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions, but we certainly would respectfully request your support as staff recommended.
Well,
Thank you.
We'll be having some questions for you in a minute.
Thank you.
For that. Anybody signed up to speak on this project?
No, sir.
No?
No.
Oh, okay, I'll declare the public hearing to be closed. Questions of the applicant? Mr. Stev?
Appreciate all the background info from staff. Appreciate your coming out tonight. I don't have anything. Everything looks absolutely fine with this. I just got a large coffee this morning at that Dunkin' Donuts establishment, so I'll be just driving in a slightly different direction for coffee in the near future.
He said, is that a recusal? No, because you paid for it.
Yeah.
The Chamber of Commerce is here, and I need to support at least one business item tonight to not completely lose my head. So,
I always like to see a man breaking new ground.
oh, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Any other questions, Dr. Trout?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a question to Mr. Minor. Mr. Minor, in your statement, did you read that Dunkin' Donuts, by moving to the bank building, that would take care of fulfilling an empty space?
Yes.
Yes, the site that they want to go to that's at the corner on 197 in Old Chapel has a vacant bank building.
Right.
So it would eliminate the vacancy.
I think we need to strike that sentence out because that sentence kind of misleading to me. Because if they leave in one location and go to another location, you still got an empty location. So I would strike that sentence.
Yeah, well, that'll fill pretty quickly. Yeah. Is that, any other questions? All right, staff recommendation for approval. I think, is there a motion one way or the other? Mr. Stev?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second by Dr. Trout. Are there any questions on the motion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Yeah, all you got to do is sell a donut, I guess. Good night, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Item last is Freeway Airport.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council. This next item on the agenda is a text amendment, zoning text amendment that would impact the Freeway Airport property. The pending text amendment is CB 17, 2019. And this bill, as we understand it, is going to the committee, County Council Committee on Thursday, June 20th. So there's an opportunity to provide input at that County Council Committee meeting. In terms of this property that we're talking about this evening, the current zoning on the Freeway Airport site is RA, which is residential agriculture, which allows one dwelling unit per 2 acres. The new zoning ordinance, as I mentioned earlier, goes into effect October of 2020. And in that ordinance, the property is recommended for the AR zone, which is agricultural residential, which is a comparable zone to the current zoning. It contains the same density and purposes of providing for large lot development, retention of agriculture, and trees and open space. Those are the stated purposes of that zone. The proposed language in this text amendment, CB 17, would allow townhouses and small lot development at densities allowed in the current RT residential townhouse zone, which may be as high as 9 dwelling units per acre. The proponent of this legislation suggests an overall density on the site of about 4.25 dwelling units per acre, which would result in about a little over 500 dwelling units on the property. Staff looked at this request and we found that the proposal is inconsistent with the current and proposed zoning categories as well as City Council land use policies, and we discussed that in greater depth in the staff report beginning on page 2. And I don't want to run through all of the specific parts of it, but we do think that the zoning is the controlling factor on this site. When you look back at how the area got zoned to the RA zone to begin with, it was as a result of the 1991 master plan, which there was very specific guidance as far as the Church Road corridor and creating a low-density area between the Largo area and the southern part of the city of Bowie. And so that's the stated purpose of why the zoning exists today. Also, Council has land use and zoning policies of your own, which tend to support keeping this area in low-density zoning. And so the request, as I stated, would be inconsistent with council's policy as well as the current zoning designation and the proposed zoning designation of the new ordinance. And for all of those reasons, staff recommends that council take an unfavorable position on this recommendation regarding CB 17. And that concludes the staff presentation.
Thank you, sir. Somebody here representing the applicant? Welcome, Councilor.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Thank you. For the record, my name is Robert Antonetti. I'm from the law firm of Shipley and Horn here on behalf of the Freeway Airport. I do have here with me tonight Ms. Kim Rodenhauser, who's the daughter of Stan Rodenhauser, who is the patriarch, the head of the family that owns the airport. Unfortunately, Stan is in poor health right now. He had a medical procedure today. So Kim has a prepared statement that Stan wanted read into the record. If it would be okay, I'd like to call her up so she could make the statement, and then she could go back and care for her dad if that's possible. So I started to take it out of order, but I'd like to yield right now to Kim and then continue with my presentation. Okay.
Welcome.
Good evening. This is a prepared statement from my father, Stan Rodenhauser. Dear Mayor Robinson and members of the City Council, my most sincere apologies for not being able to attend this evening's City Council hearing to discuss CB-17-2019. My family and I would like to express our support of this bill. For those who are unaware, my family, the Rodenhauser family, has been in the Mitchellville, Bowie area for over 100 years. In 1905, my grandfather raised tobacco on the property. He would travel to Baltimore with tobacco in tow, and on his return trip, bring back bricks and stones from the ballast of the ships arriving from Europe. Loading as many as he could manage, my grandfather would bring them back to lay on Church Road. My family helped build Church Road. Later, my father began flying in and out of the property in the early 1930s. When he returned from war, he officially opened the airport in 1947. Since 1947, our family has owned and operated the Freeway Airport located on Church Road. The past few decades have been particularly challenging for our family. In the 1960s, Pepco installed high-tension lines to our west, despite strong family objection. In 2001, the tragic events of 9/11 detrimentally affected our airport business. Directly following 9/11, government agencies closed the airport for a total of 103 days. During this 103-day period, we did not lay off a single employee. We were told by various agencies that we would be able to open any day, and we believed this information. It took all of our money to keep the doors open and employees paid. The repercussions from the last 2 decades have stripped our family of our retirement. This property is all we have left. This legislation would benefit our family. Our family must decide now how to dig ourselves out of this financial hole. Our first option is for us to spend our remaining money on marketing efforts, working to increase airport activity to allow more flights, lessons, fueling stops, maintenance operations, and tie-down leases. Our second option, if the legislation passes, will be to redevelop the property with high-quality townhouses compatible with surrounding uses. Throughout the family's history of the airport, the area has changed from a sleepy agricultural enclave to a suburban residential area. I do not feel that increasing airport activity is the best option. Accidents are a reality of general aviation airports. I personally know of 10 fatalities caused by accidents coming from this airport. In fact, as recent as 1998, a plane crashed into my home, killing 1 person. My wife and daughter were in the home at the time. My family and I need to make a decision on the future of the airport now. We cannot continue to subsidize the airport. We must decide if we want to continue running an underperforming airport and invest the last of our money working to increase traffic, or if we should use this piece of legislation to protect our family's interest. Our support of this legislation is to create another option for our family. It is a planning tool ensuring us options in the future. We want everyone to know that the passing of this legislation will not immediately close the airport. Such action will only occur once the necessary development approvals are in hand. I am facing health challenges myself, and I am determined to be a part of the decisions on this property. My family and I will remain co-owners of the property through any redevelopment. Therefore, we have a vested interest in the future of the property and want to preserve our family legacy. Please consider this letter of support from our family. Stan Rodenhauser. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for that discretion. I think tonight we are here for a text amendment. The text amendment is an option. It's an option that the family currently doesn't have in its current ownership and configuration of the property. We are looking to have the opportunity to investigate other development opportunities. The summary that provided by staff provided one potential, townhouse development. That is something that the family would look to have in order to reposition the property from its current use as an airport. The airport's been in operation as the freeway airport since 1960-61. Right now, it's been underperforming quite significantly. And as Kim read from the statement, there really are two options. One is to find an opportunity to get this underperforming business venture to kind of get back closer to the levels it was pre-9/11. And I was told before that pre-9/11, they were holding about, well over 100 aircraft at the airport. Now there's less, there's about 50 right now out in the airfield. So traffic's been cut. The property, the operation really doesn't advertise itself much. If you've been down Church Road or 50, you see, learn to fly, the sign learn to fly. That's about the extent of Mr. Rodenhauser's marketing. But he's adamant that, given the state of general aviation, the opportunity for this field to actually service more planes regionally, flying up and down the seaboard. This airport's actually unique in the sense that it actually has its own maintenance operation, which many private airfields don't have. So they have mechanics on staff. They also have fueling operations. Although the airfield operates from 8 till dusk, depending on what season you're in, people can come 24 hours a day. You can type in a code on approach, and you can turn on the airfield lights, land, and then you can also, just like you can at a gas station with a credit card, fill up your airplane. So that happens. So traffic comes in and out, quite frequently at all hours. There's also the possibility for helicopter traffic. If you live near it, you know that helicopters from time to time land. One just landed recently. For executives, they'll come and land for a meeting and take a car into DC. So all those things are really in the mix. This is a non-conforming use. Property zoned RA. RA doesn't stand for residential airport. It's residential agriculture. And because of that, it has a non-conforming certified site plan, certified in the 1960s. So they're allowed to operate in the RA zone for the continual future. And within the footprint that they have, they can certainly intensify the number of uses to get back to what they were pre-9/11. As was stated by Ms. Rodenhauser, Stan and his family basically came out of pocket for 103 days, kept all their employees, did all the overhead while the government sorted through that tragedy and finding ways to reopen the airspace. Because of that and the restrictions placed on it, many people that had their tie-down leases on the property had the opportunity, the government had a small window where you could fly to another location if you didn't want to go through the regulations to remain at an airport so close to Washington, D.C. And unfortunately, that's what happened for at least their operation. There was a lot of people that left. But there is opportunity to bring them back in. There's more familiarity with the regulations, more familiarity with the ability to fly in a local airport such as this. So that's an option. But given what they've been through, given how they've exhausted so many of their resources, they want to know if there's any other options. And they approached St. John Properties as an opportunity to see if there's a way they could help to reposition the property. What you have before you is a text amendment that this property could utilize, and it's just the start of the process. This property would require the same analyses as any other project that's going through its entitlements. It would require a preliminary plan of subdivision where you test for traffic. I've heard Church Road come up and the issues with Church Road. This project would come through with a preliminary plan of subdivision and a detailed site plan, according to this text amendment. So 2 applications, both of which would be vetted in a public procedure, and which we'd have the details of how many units, what they would look like, what type of unit, how large they would be. And I will add that although this is a property that's on Church Road, which is a well sought after, affluent area, this is an opportunity to find some use types that are also in demand. If you look at the Fairwood development to the north, which is 1,700 units approximately, 100,000 square foot shopping center, approved for up to 250,000 square feet of office and institutional uses. The city of Bowie owns some property there, obviously. There is an intensity that's somewhat flourished in the area. With regards to the staff report, I do want to say that you have one of the best planning staffs that I've ever had the opportunity to work with. I have incredible respect for Joe Minor, Frank Stevens, and his team. They do a very thorough job. They're professional, and they're an excellent face for city government to welcome people and to go over projects in detail. And this is no exception. They've gone through and done a staff report. I just so happen to respectfully disagree with the findings that they've made. Initially, the staff report focuses on the 1991 Bowie, Collington, and Mitchellville Vicinity Master Plan. Now, I will state this 1991 plan is 28 years old. It's been superseded by the 2006 Bowie and Vicinity Master Plan, but it was very thoughtfully and detailed, worked out and drafted those 28 plus years ago. The staff report talks about the low residential density that was projected for the Church Road corridor. And for many years, that has come to fruition. Obviously, the Fairwood property to the north has developed. That's over 1,000 acres. It has all these different use types. It has townhomes, condoed units, single-family detached, shopping center, et cetera. But it is on 1,000 acres. There are open space tracks along Route 50 if you've driven along 50, or if you've driven north up Church Road. You'll notice that there's a big swath, ironically, but not so ironically, just north of this airport. And there's a reason for that. Because even back in 1991, when this area was being master planned, the county and the planning staff through it, they didn't just identify this area as low-density residential, they also gave consideration of the airport. And that's the staff report doesn't really get into that. For example, in the 1991 master plan, and Community 7, which we were a part of, it states on page 91, within Community 7, Freeway Airport is recognized as an existing non-conforming use. As explained in the Circulation and Transportation chapter, this master plan does not endorse the enlargement or extension of the use beyond its current boundaries. Residential development within the flight paths of the airport should be minimized for safety reasons. Similarly, in chapter 2, in another portion of the living area chapter, dealing with the communities to the north, which is Fairwood, the MXC portions, which weren't MXC at the time, they were RE, but nonetheless, the MXC portion, which is Fairwood, it states the portion of the property north of US 50 between the Pepco power lines and Church Road must take into consideration its relationships to the flight paths for Freeway Airport, which encompass this area. This relatively limited area should be utilized for non-intensive land uses such as recreation and open space, or land-intensive special exception uses such as a cemetery or golf course, which would be compatible with the character of the area and the airport operations. Again, residential development within the flight path of the airport should be minimized for safety reasons. I point this out not to give credence to the 91 plan, which has been superseded, but to give some context as to why the residential character was kept low, RA being one of them, because there was an airport in operation, actually for many decades before that. I'm not saying that RA was only because of the airport, but the airport was absolutely a reason, a factor in why the zoning pattern was set up around there. And even today, if you go north of 50, you'll see a swath of open space area. And when the Fairwood property was going through, they actually entered into a resolution with the county council, which basically held back that area from any development. And in exchange, the county council gave approval to the developer at the time to develop in the area of A44, which is a master plan road known as the ICC. So, and that resolution specified that that was in part because of the policy area of not to build in the flight path or the runway area north of the airport. So again, I bring this up as background. If you look to the current master plan, the 2006 Bowie and Vicinity Master Plan, the staff report's correct. It was retained in the RA zone. There's much less detail from the 91 plan into the current plan. However, I will state that the current plan places this property in the developing tier. They establish and recognize the various tiers throughout the planning area. There's a rural tier and there's a developing tier. We are in the developing tier according to the current 2006 master plan. And what are the goals of that? The very first goal is to maintain low to moderate density land uses, except in the Bowie Regional Center and mixed-use activity centers. So with regards to low to moderate density, again, we don't know exactly what density will be here. This text amendment won't state exactly what the density will be. I did hear the possibility of up to 9 residential units. I can state unequivocally that that is not even close to what would happen on this site. This site is a quality location. It does abut a freeway. It does abut a high-tension power line. But it is south of a pretty significant mixed-use project, which is Fairwood. I would direct you to Fairwood in terms of their townhouses, the quality of it. I've driven through it. You've all been through it, I'm sure. That is the type of quality that we're looking to evoke. And this text amendment will give the family the option to come back and present that, and through a preliminary plan of subdivision, through a detailed site plan, where you'll see the number, you'll see the size. You'll see how they're laid out, the exact mix of them. We're looking for the opportunity to come back and make this presentation. Without that option and that flexibility, the family is somewhat tied to what they can do. And it's really back to what they know, which is running an airport and increasing the operations closer to pre-9/11 and beyond. I will mention that the county historically, in 2002, perhaps the city weighed in on this at the time, came up with the aviation policy areas, which is a part specific in the zoning ordinance dealing with airports and their impacts on surrounding properties. And in the purposes sections of this aviation policy area, there's the first 3 purposes are to encourage incompatible land uses around airports, to mitigate nuisances and hazards associated with airport operations, and 3, to protect people and structures in critical areas surrounding airports. There's also language in here that talks about density. They come up with the APA 1, APA 2, 3, 3M, 4, 5, and 6. And those APM areas basically regulate what can happen near an airport. Each of the local airports in the county, and there's several, have maps in this APA section, and Freeway has one as well, that limits where development can happen. So not only do you have a master plan initiative in recognition of the airport all the way back to 1991, limiting what could be done in and around it, controlling the land use, and I might add, is a factor, keep retaining it in the RA zone, but you also have more recent legislation from the council setting up more restrictions, limiting what can be done in these areas. Now the city has a very detailed development review guideline and policy. The staff report goes into some detail about that. I happen again to disagree on how they're applied in this property. This property is not in the city of Bowie, although it is within a mile of the municipal boundaries, and we welcome the opportunity to come and ask for support in your consideration of this request. The purposes of the development guidelines of the city of Bowie, you're most likely familiar with. The very first one is to encourage an equitable distribution of well-designed and efficient land development, which reflects appropriate relationships between uses, continuity between neighborhoods, availability of public facilities, and a sensitivity to the natural environment. The third goal is to promote orderly, quality development and a higher quality of life for citizens of Bowie and immediately surrounding areas. In our position, and after speaking with Mr. Rodenhauser and really getting immersed in the history of this property, one, it's fascinating. I mean, how it's developed over time, how Pepco came in the 60s and thought it was a great idea to put a high-tension power line right next to an airport, which really limits some of the options that a pilot would have on approach or final approach in a bad situation, in a stall situation. that caused issues. Over time, development, as you can see in the picture above you, has, a lot of development has happened around it. Most of the development around it has served by public water and sewer. Actually, the vast majority is. The Development Review Guidelines has a section on water and sewer, and I believe it's mentioned in the staff report. And it says for rural and agricultural areas, and that's the section, properties located in the ROS, OS, and RA zones should not be served by public water and sewer unless it can be demonstrated that their development is not feasible through any other method. We're not in a rural or agricultural area. According to the planning documents, the master plan, we are in the developing tier, not the rural tier. This property is not used for agricultural purposes, but nonetheless, even if it was in a rural and agricultural area, the own criteria here states that water and sewer shouldn't be extended to an RA zone property unless it can be demonstrated that the development is not feasible through any other method. Well, just through the preliminary engineering of the site and looking at the feasibility of the site, this property has what's known as a high water table, which affects the ability for the property to perk, to have private well and septic systems. And because of that, just because of that, the surrounding pattern of public water and sewer services, it would make absolute sense that this should be served by public water and sewer, no matter what happens residentially, whether it's done by just the RA zone or benefited by the options pursuant to this text amendment. There are other things in development guidelines that I think every point in the staff report, we have a counter position that we think we do conform with it. We do conform with, the housing and neighborhoods criteria on page 23, number 1, where the goal is to balance the housing opportunities with the choice of housing, types, sizes, and styles, including live-work dwelling units and housing for residents of all ages and incomes and for populations with special needs and/or disabilities. Make no mistake about it. If this property goes forward, we're going to leverage the opportunity to be part of this community, to have high-quality residential offerings. In fact, we've been looking at designs for what attached townhouses might look like, and they're anywhere from 22, 24, 30-foot wide townhouses, which can offer significant square footages, beautiful finishes, things that are very well desired in the market, and we look forward to that. The question about Church Road and roads and adequacy of transportation, we've looked preliminarily through traffic findings at this, and we're committed to studying it. We're committed to making all the improvements that are required by whatever the development will actually become if this text amendment is supported and passed by the county. I can't tell you exactly what that will be because we don't know yet. But again, we'll come back with a preliminary plan. We'll come back with a detailed site plan. We'll share those details, and then we'll have true discussions as to what are the specific impacts of this use. But at the end of the day, if this text amendment is supported, let's make no mistake, we are closing an airport that is surrounded by residential development. What you see before you, and I do have some 11 by 17s because I know sometimes it's hard to see. I'm not sure what you're able to see at your computers or at the dais. But this is an exhibit that we put together to identify the airport, to identify the flight path, which is identified, the flight path, the approach to the landing is what's identified in white. As you can see to my left, there is the high tension power lines. So that's pretty much off limits. Again, limits the options of pilots on approach. The different colors that you see, and there's a key, a legend that shows what those mean. Those are the APA policy areas. What we've identified also in the legend are some areas of crashes that we know of. And those aren't all of them. They're just some that Mr. Rodenhauser was able to identify for us specifically over his history. Again, there's been, in his recollection, 10 fatalities from flights coming or going from this airport. What you see in red in the triangles are those fatalities, sadly enough. The most devastating one was the one at the Fairwood property up to my upper right-hand corner off to the east within the flight path. That was the Claremont property, which is now part of Fairwood. There was 4 fatalities in that crash that happened in the 70s. There was a crash to the south, on the, all the way to the south near Woodmore Road. There was 3 fatalities. Again, Mr. Rodenhauser, there was a hit in his house. His wife and daughter were there. There was a fatality associated with that. And just a week ago, there was a crash at the airport. A pilot came in. His wheels were up. He crash landed on the runway and totaled the airplane. $100,000 airplane, destroyed. Accidents happen. Our point here is not to scare folks into the realities of these are the facts. These are things that have happened. With the development that's occurred around it, it's just a matter of when, not if. Statistically, it will happen again, particularly if the operations of the airport come back to their pre-9/11 activities. I will mention that the city owns property up in Black right there. There was a crash on that property. I point that out because the portion where the crash occurred is in APA Area 6, which is kind of the safest of the APA areas. But nonetheless, an airplane doesn't know the difference between arbitrary lines. When they're in a stall approach or some emergency, they're going to crash where they can put the plane down or where the plane decides to drop. So that being said, we really feel that overall, the proposal that we have that we could take advantage of with this text amendment really is just the opening salvo in the discussion as to what the freeway airport can become. But we also know that if this opportunity is passed, that the family's going to have to do something different. They've identified means of ways to intensify the use, but that's going to take pretty much the last of their money to do that. While that's not necessarily the council's concern, he's a longstanding member of the City Chamber of Commerce. He's a contributor to many wonderful things in the city and in the Bowie area at large. So, he's vested in this. His family's vested in it. They're going to be co-owners in it. And, we welcome the opportunity to come to you with that next step to really flesh out all the specifics as opposed to speculate as to what could happen. It will never be 9 dwelling units per acre. With that being said, we would urge your support in this proposal. And I don't mean this for the theater of it, but we did run the NTSB reports. If you look it up, anybody can look it up. There's 31 accident reports, at least from 1983, documented. And that's just what's documented. There's other accidents that have occurred, particularly the one that happened yesterday, a week ago from today, that may not have a report generated like this. There was a gentleman, we have done some community outreach with GS Proctor and Associates. We've heard from one gentleman who lives in the neighborhood across the street that he had a piece of aircraft fall through his roof. And the closer you get to residential populations with a non-conforming airport, the more of these issues you're going to have. So we think this makes sense. We think this is in the best interest of the public's health, safety, and welfare of the residents of the county, the residents of the city. Again, we welcome the opportunity to have the option to come back with a preliminary plan of subdivision and a detailed site plan to really get into the specifics of these things. So with that, I'm more than willing to take any questions. Thank you for the indulgence this late night to go through the details of this.
All right, thanks, sir. We'll probably have some questions for you.
Thank you.
Do we have anybody sign up to speak? All right, as I call your name, if you've watched it before, just come to the meeting in the middle of the podium and identify yourself for the folks at home. Christopher Royal, who were here earlier, and Stephen Williams. Millie Hall. Welcome, ma'am. Good to see you.
I don't have anything written down. I've been here before, over and over and over again. And I also would like to give my sympathy to Mr. Rosen.
Speak of the microphone.
Mr. Rosenhaus. I met him years ago at the old TV station. I'm sorry to hear about it. But I would still like to say the traffic coming out of my community is horrible. Doesn't get any better. The infrastructure cannot take anything else. You have the ice rink down here. You have another community coming here. You had the church trying to get on the corner. I moved here in 1998. We built our home. We were fighting about Church Road then. It's dangerous. I was coming home New Year's around Fairwood. A car comes around on the wrong side. I just happened to see it. My husband came over. He would have hit us head on. This is 24/7. And I just, we put you guys up here, and we would like for you to look out for us. Please consider not signing on to this, please. And we would remember you guys in November. Thank you. Some of you might not be coming back, but still consider us, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephanie Woods. Welcome, ma'am. Ms. Woods will be followed by Kathleen Barris. Welcome, ma'am.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I actually am only 25 years old, so I'm pretty young in millennial age. I do like to text and be on Facebook. But I have lived here basically my entire life. My parents bought our home in the Mount Elk Farm area when I was about 3 years old, so this is really the only place that I know. And I love our freeway airport. I have my deepest condolences or sincerity to the family and their health issues, but it's a staple in our community, honestly. I work in Alexandria, Virginia at the National Science Foundation. Everyone always asks, where do you live? Well, I live in Bowie. Well, that's pretty big. Well, if you're heading down 50, you see that airport? That's where I live. Actually, as a gift to myself for my 30th birthday, I would like to buy my own plane and get flight lessons, which I'm already in the savings for. I honestly think it's a beautiful part. People always say, you live in Bowie, it's amazing. You have everything. You never have to leave Bowie, and this is actually a piece of it. I went to undergrad in Florida. We had a really bad storm up here, and that was the only airport to get into, honestly, and I almost paid the extra money just to fly into Freeway. So I do understand. I know it's like you spend all that money. If you have to get home, you have to get home. But I would love if you all consider the staff's approval of not approving this. I do know this is in the very preliminary stages of it. I'm sorry if I'm talking too fast. I'm a little nervous. This is only my second time in City Hall. The first time I was asking you all to come to my high school graduation from Bowie, but I've been in this area for a very long time. I love Bowie, even just Saturday, just seeing all the faces and how we're such a great community, and this is a piece of it. This is why Bowie is so great. We have all the stores, the movie theater, an airport. How many other cities can say, yes, we have our own airport, it's privately owned, yes, but we have it. And if the issue is revenue, I, as well as some of my other neighbors, we have ways to bring in revenue, a museum, flight lessons, fairgrounds. There are different ways that we can use this land. But honestly, more housing is not the answer. Traffic is already bad. Just as the woman said earlier, I've been in almost several accidents from people not knowing the roads. We only have 2 lanes. And a lot of people don't know how to drive on our, it's very hilly. I remember way back when they were building the Fairwood area, how they had to basically take out the land. It's not. If you're coming from DC, Baltimore, Annapolis, and you don't know the roads, it can get very hectic. And an issue I haven't heard anyone bring up, we're really taking away the room for animals. I have a lot of deer, rabbits, foxes, all in my backyard, and my father is tired of them eating his sausages. I promise you that. So just something to think about. I'm very happy about the ice arena vote today. But in conclusion, I would vote no for this just because we're already a city with a lot of people, and adding more is just not the way to go. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Kathleen Barris? Oh, good to see you again. My buddy from the Senior Center.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I've just made some points in the interest of time. First of all, we live on Church Road. We live a mile from Freeway Airport. We've been there for more than 28 years, and we took considerable time when we looked through Prince George's County to find a rural area, and that's why we chose Church Road. In fact, when I told people at employment and where I lived, and they said, oh, Church Road, that's a beautiful, idyllic 2-lane road. Well, that seems to be going away. We love the open space. We love the nature, the quiet. As the previous speaker said, we enjoy the deer and the wildlife. 600 units on 129 acres. In this day and age, people have like 2-car families, 3-car, 4. 600 houses. that's like a minimum of 1,200 extra cars. And it's hardly, did anybody think of that? Or actually probably 3 cars per family, that's 1,800. If you have even 4 cars, which is not unusual, you're talking about 2,400 cars on Church Road. Even the minimum, if you have 600 extra cars on Church Road, do you want that? And I invite the developer, perhaps, if he'd like to live in that high upper scale development that he's proposing. I think not. Just getting in and out of our driveway, I just take a breath and hopefully that I don't get rear-ended. I feel like often just getting in the driveway or out of the driveway, we need a stoplight there on Church Road. There's no metro stops on Church Road, so everybody needs a vehicle. It's not Church Road, it's presently Church Raceway, Church Expressway, or Church Freeway. It's no longer a road, it's Church Boulevard. The noise, the traffic noise, the horns, we actually were fostering a dog that got killed at the end of our driveway from the 2-lane from a passing driver. It's more dangerous for all the bicyclers and the runners that enjoy Church Road. Why not make it a golf course? I really applaud the creative spin of the previous, of the developer. I think he should probably go into the theater. If they talk about, plane crashes, what about car crashes? They're all on the ground. The car crashes from perhaps the 1,200 extra cars. There's going to be a lot more car crashes than the incident of plane flight. They're talking about, all the car crashes, but I'm sure the developer probably uses aircraft. And I feel sorry what happened to the Rodenhausers, but people also experience tornadoes, earthquakes, and lots of property damage. It's like saying the vineyard grower, wonders why the guests got drunk in their winery. So then obviously it's, anything in life is inherent in risk. So why did he have the airport for these years if suddenly an airport is so dangerous? I mean, what a spin. I thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Dustin Kazan. Welcome, sir. He'll be followed by John Flick. Welcome, sir.
Thanks for having me up again. So I want to start out with a story that I had a conversation with a lady at Bowie Fest this past weekend. It got pretty passionate. It was about the airport. Well, first we were talking about development in general in Bowie, and she was saying that she's anti-residential development all through Bowie and thinks it needs to all go, stop and never come here. And then I said, oh, come, there's a meeting about the freeway airport and there's going to be residents. And then it changed, and she was like, hey. Well, she knows the family, so then she was like, well, it's okay for them to try to move forward with this because they need to make money off their property. And that's the crux of the issue here, right, is that it's the residents at large, they don't want additional traffic, but then, we also have to be considerate of the property owners to make money. I mean, this is America, and we should be able to make money off our land or any business that we have. But I think we're at a time now where we really need to rethink, how we're approaching that age-old problem of that balance. Back in the day, I guess back in the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, if somebody redeveloped their land, it wasn't a big impact on the surrounding community. Now today, if somebody redevelops their land with residential, it's going to impact people. And then the quality of life of the people that are currently there is going to degrade. And we're not just talking transportation, we're also talking schools, especially with residential. So if you bring in that, more residential, you're going to bring in more kids. And we already have problems with our current school districts. And there was supposed to be a bill that was passed that was supposed to bring $1 billion into Prince George's County to upgrade all our schools, and that hasn't even passed. So our state and lawmakers they're trying, but we're not getting the resources we need to keep up with the development we have. Also, public safety is another area where when you have residential, you're going to spread the existing police force out further, which is going to take away the quality of life that we currently have in the existing neighborhoods. So, so you think, well, all right, but maybe this is going to generate revenue and that's going to help offset some of these costs. But let's look at, so Melfort, if you look at the Caffrey, this past one, and Mr. Matthews back there, so maybe he can correct me on these numbers, but Melfort brings in about 3 to 4% of the revenue. So it's like, I think 1.8 million or something like that a year to the city, then followed by the Bowie Town Center. And then the one residential neighborhood that brings in the most money, I think, is Governor's Bridge Apartments, which I think is a $680,000 a year. So if you look at that, and that's the biggest property, $680,000 a year, you're not going to be able to widen Church Road with that. It will take 10 years to be able to put that money towards widening Church Road, not let alone doing anything with the schools or the public safety. So is the revenue that we're bringing in really offsetting the costs that the developments are putting on the city? And, you know, I really do want to see the family of the airport turn this around and make money and not have to suffer. But we need to do it responsibly. We need to grow responsibly, and we need to be fair to the existing residents and give them the quality of life that they're expecting. And we got to make that, we got to figure out, are we going to cater to one property owner or the many property owners? And I think to do that, we need to have a better process. We need to stop saying that, you know, this is all up to the county or we can't do anything. So we need to start taking control. And the way we can do that is start implementing processes like I talked about earlier with the Rockville plan. And the difference between that, which I know the lawyer earlier said, you know, we have that in place. The difference is adequate public facilities ordinance. It basically looks at, all right, well, in the long term, this is what we would like to be built to accommodate what needs to be built, you know, the new development. So you want to come in, you want to develop, so you do 5% of it. And then as long as you do 5%, then you're good, then you could do your development. But what happens is that 5% gets done, but then 95% is still undone. And the idea is, yeah, the state will eventually come in and fix it, but the state won't come in and fix it. The state has other priorities, and Bowie's not on the priority list. It never will be, you know, especially at the county. We're not even like county. The county is going to focus on other areas of the county before they focus on Bowie. So we need to have something in place that says, well, until we collectively get there and work together and get the infrastructure where we need it, then we shouldn't be building more. But if we can get there, then let's build. But if we can't, then let's not. So, I mean, that's just my opinion on things, so thank you very much.
All right, thank you, sir. John Flick, and he'll be followed by Yvette Conwell. Welcome, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. My name is John Flick. Approximately 30 years ago, my wife and I purchased 15 acres of land from the Rodenhauser family, which was part of the airport at the time. And unfortunately for us, that piece of land is totally landlocked by the airport around it. So one of the reasons, or one of the requirements for us to purchase that was that we were given access across airport property to get in and out of our property, and when necessary to put through utilities, that sort of thing. Now, we haven't had a problem with that until now. Of course, this whole development plan now means we're accessing property which I'm sure they're going to be more willing to put a house on than allow us to cross. So when I found out not too long ago that this development plan was coming to be, I tried contacting Stan and to talk it over with him just to find out what the intentions were as far as our piece of property and the development plans. Now, I know Stan's been ill for quite some time and seriously ill, so I haven't really pushed it. You know, I've been trying to contact him. He hasn't gotten back to me. Really what I wanted to do is find out from somebody just what the intentions are. I don't know who, only tonight heard who the developer actually is, because everybody's being very close-lipped in terms of what the plans are, any kind of details or anything. So one other item that at the time when we bought the property, the question was, well, even back then, 30 years ago, people look forward to the day when at some point they're probably going to develop that property. And that's something that they never intended this to be an airport forever. So even back then, they knew one day it was very likely going to develop into a residential development. So we discussed that during the processing of the property purchase. And what they asked us at the time was, well, if and when this property, the airport, gets developed, would you be interested in throwing your 15 acres into the mix so that it can develop along with the airport, thereby eliminating any questions of easements and access rights and things of that nature? And we said at the time, certainly, we're totally open to that. So you just tell us when you're ready to develop, you know, we're more than happy to go along with whatever your plans are and, you know, see that we'll basically get out of the way at that point. So again, now, I mean, up until as recent as last year, I ran into Stan at his house one day out at the airport, and he actually came out and asked me. And now I don't know if this was connected to what he was planning here, but he just sort of off the cuff said, are you still interested in selling your property when we develop the airport? And I said, sure. So there's never been any doubt, any question that when developments proposed here, that we would basically be involved and allow our land to develop along with it. So now I'm kind of in a quandary, because I'm trying to find out from people, well, nobody's contacted me and said, look, you know, we're going to develop, you know, are you on board? You know, we'll come and talk, let's have a meeting. Nobody's contacted me. I called Stan, leave messages, oops, sorry, no response. Now, again, like I said, I can attribute some of that to the fact that I know he's been seriously ill, and so I haven't really pressed him on that. But I would like somebody, if Stan's not able to at this point, maybe the developer. I don't know if Stan's had a discussion with the developer about my wife and my situation, but...
well, that, quite frankly, is going to be a matter outside of our hands. I think it's something you ought to discuss with the developer itself.
Yeah, well, like I said, I had no way of even knowing who the developer was. Well, if he's interested or willing or able to talk to me, I hope that maybe he'll enlighten me. But like I said, you know, I was under good faith with the Rodenhausers that this wouldn't be an issue come this day when the development was going to happen. But when they don't return my calls, and I have no other recourse at this point but to ask questions. So that's why I'm here.
Okay.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yvette Conwell, and be followed by Miller Ensel. Welcome, ma'am.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name's Yvette Conwell, and I've lived in Bowie for about 30 years. 15 years is off of, in Woodmore Estates, off of Church Road. I'm concerned about the traffic. I work in Greenbelt at that big government facility on Greenbelt Road, and I have a leisurely drive to work, typically. Church Road is becoming more and more crowded, and I'm not against development. I am against dense development. And I think the problem is everything is spilling out onto Church Road, and we don't have another way to get out of our communities. If we can get to 193 a different way or 197 a different way, it would be helpful. But Church Road is a very old country road, and I used to be on the committee for Church Road, and I know what can be done and what can't be done. So we have to be mindful of how many cars we're going to put on that road. And townhouses in an apartment is not good. And I'm offering another suggestion. I'm not opposed to development, but I'm opposed to more cars. So maybe we need to have one-level single-family homes. We have, and put those one-level single-family homes on that development where you don't have as many cars, but we have something more to offer people buying homes. Old Bowie has one-level single-family homes. We haven't had one-level single-family homes since Levitt built the homes. So maybe that would be something that could be done. I've been looking in Delaware for homes. I'm about to retire. I'd like to stay in Prince George's County, but there's not things that I want to be here. So I'm proposing that lower development, not as much development, and a way to figure out how to make our road systems work for the people who do live here. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yvette Conwell.
Yvette Conwell. Miller, is it Einsel? Oh, welcome, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council. I've lived on Church Road here 28 years, my wife Kathleen. My experience with development on Church Road is that I attended all the hearings, all the zoning hearings for the turf farm development, Fairwood. I spoke at those, and my concern was with the master plan maintaining the rural character of Church Road. I spoke at those. I really think that my voice was heard along with other people to maintain that rural character. Fairwood, they put in berms, they put in view sheds, they put in trees to maintain that character. I wasn't really for the development, but I think they did a good job. As far as high-density housing, it was pushed back away from Church Road. You don't see the high-density housing that was referred to, and the rural character of that road has been maintained, I think, in a very responsible way. Now, when you look at the 129 acres that is referred to in the airport and the high density of 500 to 600 houses or units on there, you're not going to maintain rural character along Church Road with that type of high density on 129 acres. So I know there's probably people that prefer housing to the airport, but to those people that prefer that, they should really look seriously at the density of this housing and the impact it's going to have on their daily lives to and from work, to and from where they're going. Other developments, on Church Road are going to also increase the traffic. So for people that maybe complain about the airport, I will say that I've had experience with housing and complaints on Annapolis Lee, Bay Bridge at Stevensonville, and I used to live a 16th of a mile away from BWI. And those people that do complain about airports generally are a handful of people, and they make multiple complaints. I think most people in our neighborhood have enjoyed the open spaces and the relatively quiet of the airport when compared to the traffic on Church Road. It's much noisier and it's consistent. So we'd like to recommend to the council that, they agree with a recommendation earlier from your people, staff, that this development be disapproved.
Thank you, sir. Denise Tyler. Welcome, ma'am.
Good evening, Denise Tyler, a resident of Bowie, and I'm the last one here to say that I do support Mr. Stan in the project. I walk the community over there and across the street in Fairwood and the community next to it. And the expansion of the airport is really not an option for them. All of the concerns that have been expressed this evening are concerns that some of the residents have in the neighborhood with the traffic on Church Road. But the text amendment would allow for Mr. Stand to see what impact that development on the property would have on the community, and at least allow it to go forward with those plans, because plans to expand our airport realistically is more harmful in the community, from what I heard from people that have been impacted with things falling off the planes, with the noise and that sort of thing. And so the text amendment only allows them to go through the process of if the impact study says that the road can't handle it or whatever comes out of it, it at least gives them the opportunity to look at what their options are for that property, because they have been there for many years and they have impacted their pillar in this community, and I think they should be given the option of being able to see what their rights are for their property, for their family inheritance.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your comment. Kevin Jackson. Welcome, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. If I sound nervous, it's because I am. Good evening, everyone. I'm not in favor of development. I haven't written anything down. I can only speak about my experience and my family's experience. I grew up in D.C., and that's where I met my wonderful partner, Barry, who's not here tonight. We both work in Tyson's, so that's a 1.5 to 2 hour drive for us. And people often ask us, why don't you move out here or move to Tyson's or move closer to the city or whatnot? And we're like, no, we love it here in Bowie. It's nice and quiet. When we come home, it's relaxing. We feel that with this sort of development, we understand people need places to live, and we're sorry if we sound a little selfish, but we like our little quiet neck of the woods. We like the animals that come. We feed the deer and whatnot. We like that. It's stuff that I didn't experience in the city, growing up in the city. I can see the stars. And I just feel that this sort of development would greatly impede that, if that's the right word to use. I sympathize with the family of the owners of the airport, and we also feel for the people involved in the accidents, but there's been quite a few car accidents as well. Perhaps some sort of other type of development that would truly be beneficial to the environment and the animals and the people surrounding the airport. So again, I'm not in favor of it. My partner is not in favor of it. We hope you would consider that. Thank you, and good night.
We appreciate that. Karen Williamson? Welcome, ma'am.
Good evening. Karen Williamson, and thank you for letting me come up and speak tonight, Mayor and Councilman. I too live off of the Church Road corridor, and as you all know, I'm the face that came out when we had the concern about the Mount Oak area development for a mega church. Clearly, there are 28 communities all along Church Road that are not even the ones that are further away from Central Avenue, but we are like 28 different communities that use that corridor. In our community alone, we have one entrance, one exit, that's it. And so it's kind of gotten to this, you know, I'm like the sleeping bear that has just woken and has realized, oh my gosh, the airport's going, the ice rink, how much traffic are we going to be able to handle? My greatest fear was that the airport would be sold and then they would put a condominium of multi-level tiers. And that, thank goodness that's not what I'm hearing tonight. But 600 homes is really going to bring a lot more traffic on that road. And I'm sure that when, like, if you think about it, I know in an individual home, there may be 5 cars easily on my street alone. So I'm very concerned about traffic. That's my major concern. We realize that development's going to come. I heard your argument tonight about if we don't get people here, if we don't develop, we can't have 2 days out of the week trash pickup. And I'll tell you, you've got the best snow removal ever here in Bowie. But when I read the councilman's newsletter, and I was not aware of this even potential plan, I was shocked. So I don't know how we can communicate better and how we can involve ourselves as the community to really make things better. And I have a lot of compassion for a family that has the need to take care of themselves. I have a lot of compassion for that. But as the same token, I'm finding it quite difficult to get out in the morning. And it's not just my traffic from my 28, it's those that travel through. It's not being thought out well, and it's affecting what we have going on. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Dr. N.K. Mason? Welcome, sir. Can you help me with a back issue?
Good evening, Mayor, Council, good people. Due to the lateness of the hour, I'm going to be brief. I am a Black Baptist preacher, so I can take my time. Having said that, I'm also the president of the Whitmore Plat 8 Homeowners Association. We had a sub-meeting, and categorically, we are for moving forward with the development of the airport. I find it somewhat of a quandary that you all say you would flat out just refuse it at this level. We're only expressing an interest in it. You say we need to change. You say we need to get revenue. This will bring all of that in there. I have been a resident of Prince George's County since 1975. I moved out here temporarily, raised in Washington, and I've never intended to stay. 2019, I'm still here. I met my wife. I've raised my children. They've gone through school. I'm a business owner. I've owned a business in this county for 30 years. At one point, I did have 5 cars, but I'm a State Farm insurance agent, so the more cars people get, the happier I am. But by the same token, I would like for the feasibility to be at least to be explored. I don't want the dense nature of the area. We enjoy the bucolic nature of this. This is one of the things we do like. But when it was put to us that if we don't do this, the District of Columbia was contemplating using the airport as a part of their expansion for their helicopters. That's when we en masse at the Whitmore Plat. We said no. We have to find a healthy compromise. We think that moving forward with the exploration is the first step in that compromise. Do we want to do away with the airport? If you can find a happy medium, sure. But at the end of the day, we categorically say no to allowing DC government to use it for emergency takeoff and landings for the helicopters. If you think that, the traffic is bad, wait until you hear a helicopter flying in 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. Thank you and good night.
Thank you, sir. Reverend Mason? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I got 2 Reverend Masons up. All right. Dr. Well, you got handwriting like me. Eric? Okay. I got that one. Welcome, sir.
Hi, good evening. Good morning. Good evening, Council. Thanks for your time. I am a resident of Fairview Manor. I'm also a newly elected board member to Collinbrook Association. So this issue really impacts myself and my family quite seriously. We are new to the county. We moved. I'm born in DC. I've lived in Columbia. I lived in Silver Spring, so I'm very familiar with the area. My wife and I, who's an attorney in DC, my office is in Gaithersburg. When it came to the time that we were deciding where to live, we thought, what are the elite areas in the state? Columbia, Silver Spring. We like those areas, but there was something unique about Bowie, specifically Freeway Airport, that we were kind of invigorated and we were lured to the area. And so when I heard about this potential redevelopment, I was firstly a little alarmed because I hadn't heard any information, any news, any proposals from the council. I was kind of confused as to hearing of this issue from the city council. There was also a leaflet that went around to the neighborhood. I'm about 500 feet or so from the entrance of the airport. So when I saw the leaflet, we came back from vacation. I had reached out, and my sincere condolences to the family. My father died of cancer in 2018, so I really know the impact of losing a family member or seeing someone suffer and being in a financial space where you need to make adjustments. So my heart goes out to them, but I really am concerned for a number of reasons. We just don't have the capacity to have a 600-unit redevelopment of that site. We have traffic concerns. We talked earlier about redevelopment of the area in the neighborhood. So the area is fairly new in comparison to the airport. All of these homes have been there within, I guess, the last 30 years. My son and daughter will be zoned to a school that's about 40 years old. So the development, the high-density development, doesn't invariably lead to any new amenities. And I think some of the concerns, I think her name was Miss Henderson, that's some of the concerns. We really, as homeowners, want good value for dollar. We want good services. And we invest a lot of time and energy and efforts into our homes. And so we expect some of the amenities and services to be on par with what efforts we're putting in. And sometimes we feel that we're not getting that, because if you add an additional 600 units, where are these kids going to go to school? As I mentioned, Woodmore Elementary, where my son is zoned, is about 40 years old, and that area is new. So where's the link between this development and capital that's supposed to benefit our region? I would suggest that we leverage our energies to kind of get more of the high quality businesses, more companies in the area, so that our commutes into the offices can be shorter. We can leverage the beautiful area in the community, but again, we don't have the capacity to have this type of redevelopment. The airport is such a pillar in the community. It's one of the key reasons why I even moved into the area, because my wife, as I mentioned, her office is in DC. My office is in Gaithersburg. There's really wasn't a reason to even move in the area other than the type of lifestyle that this area offers. You have issues regarding traffic. You have issues regarding how will we be impacted by potential safety concerns, policing. All of these things I would imagine would have been developed prior to this proposal even being moved forward. I think it should be quashed. I think it should be something that we assess way down the line when we do have the infrastructure. But more importantly, I'm very concerned about the engagement of the county council. The lack of information, the lack of transparency is something that, as a voter, you kind of think about. I got our tax bill at the top of the year for the flat front fee, and we don't want another flat front fee. I don't trust the developers in the relationship between the politicians and the developers, because invariably I'm realizing it doesn't necessarily help us as citizens, because flat front fee is a tax, essentially.
Okay.
So I hope you guys consider that. I hope you guys consider the impacts to the people who live in the area. As I mentioned, very few people in our neighborhood, and I'm on the board. This is an issue we brought up last month. We have annual meetings, but very few people in the neighborhood which is directly impacted. Fairview Manor is literally across the street. I can walk to the airport, know about this. People I've talked to don't support this, and clearly from the sentiment in this room, there isn't much support. So I hope you guys consider that.
All right, well, thank you, sir. Appreciate your comment. The penultimate speaker will be Aisha Thompson. Somebody back there knows what penultimate means. Welcome, ma'am. Another math major back there.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Aisha Thompson, and I too am a resident of Fairview Manor. So Eric actually echoed a lot of the same points I wanted to raise, but I figured since my name was on the list, I'd still come up and I guess lightly present my points of view since it's so late in the evening. I'll keep it brief. Similar concerns, traffic. Church Road, getting in and out of Fairview Manor in the mornings, in the evenings is becoming more and more difficult every day. Schools, I have 3 young children, 2 of which attend Woodmore Elementary. And I actually brought my oldest, who is at Kenmore. And as you can see, I've kept her out way past bedtime because I felt this was an important enough topic for me to stick around. So safety is another concern of mine as well. So we're talking about adding close to, I guess you said about 600 properties. That's a lot of people. Will we have the infrastructure to support that? Infrastructure in terms of policing, we'll be able to keep the community safe. Right now, we live in a low-density area. I think many of us purchased our homes there for that very reason. We wanted somewhere that was safe, not overpopulated. We wanted our children to feel safe. So I think all in all, my main point would be, if you choose to think about this, move forward with this text amendment, to be conscientious of some of these concerns that the audience has raised today. And then I think the second thing I would ask of you and or the developer is, besides looking at creating a new residential community, present us with an alternative plan which maybe considers something other than housing. I don't know what that would be, but I think as a person presenting the proposal, perhaps giving us some other options. So those would be my 2 acts, one of the council and perhaps of the developer. Thank you.
Appreciate it. The final speaker tonight then is Fiona Thomas. Welcome, ma'am.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to point one thing out, that Fairview Manor is not in the city of Bowie. It's not in the city.
Oh, okay.
It's not in the city of Bowie,
Okay.
just for the record.
Right.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, neighbors. I just wanted to say, as a homeowner in Bowie, I am not opposed to development. I just want to make sure that everyone is keeping it, as they have said, in the back of their mind, thinking about schools, the impact that all of this housing will have on the community schools that we have currently. I know the county is looking at public-private partnerships to try to get more funds to build schools, but we don't know when that's going to happen, if it will happen. It's something they're exploring, but these developments, not only the one on Church Road, but the things that we're doing over a Mill Branch, if that were to move forward, and these other developments in Melford and these other areas, those have an immediate impact when people move in on the schools and their capacity. So that's something to think about. Also, fire departments, hospitals, police, do we have the capacity to serve all of those new residents in our community every time we build. So again, if we are thinking about those things when we do build and we are accommodating that, then I'm all for development. But those are the things, in addition to traffic, that really concern the people that live here, that have families here, that it really enjoy the suburban community that we have and the safety that we feel when we walk around, ride around, drive around Bowie. So that's just what I wanted to add to this conversation.
All right, well, thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Good night.
Appreciate that.
Thank you so much.
Thank everyone that came up tonight to make their points of view known. We appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Council, you've heard the staff and the applicant and the question, so go back to your question. You can start? All right, Mr. Stev.
All right, real quickly, thank you everyone for sticking around, staff and residents, for all your comments tonight. It is very late, and we actually do have another item on the agenda tonight, so I'll make this quick. Mr. Antonetti, I appreciate the kind compliment that you paid to our planning staff. It's always good to disagree agreeably, as you and I pretty much always do at these meetings. Mr. Rodenhauser's family, my heart goes out to them. I'm very, very sorry that they're ill, or that Mr. Rodenhauser is ill. Joe Meinert, Mr. Meinert, I got 4 questions for you. 1, the current RA zoning allows for 0.5 units per acre, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. The RT zoning would allow for 4, 8, and 9 units per acre, single, condo, and apartment units, respectively. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. The Bowie master plan supports the lower density in that area, correct?
It's the zoning that is supported by the 1991 master plan. If you look at the current master plan, it talks about a suburban type development. So you have a conflict between what the master plan says and what the zoning is.
Okay, circa 2001, 2002, would Mr. Rodenhauser have any reasonable expectation that the RA zoning would change?
I don't think I can answer that.
Okay, fair enough. Folks at home and here tonight, the final decider on this is going to be the county council. So just keep that in mind. Our vote tonight is purely a recommendation. So I would just ask planning staff to please, please, please keep us on the council informed about any county decision-making schedules as it relates to this issue, if you could. Got a nod there? Cool. Thank you.
Mr. Wolfley.
Couple of questions and comments. First one, staff. Waterford Estates, the Woodmore Highlands, Fairview Manor, all of those in those areas. Is there anything over in that area south that would approach the kind of density that we're talking about here? South of 50.
No, sir, nothing is close.
Okay, so this would be an isolated exception to the standard for the area. Okay, thank you. Next comment is, it's an interesting tactic. I can't remember the last time I've actually heard a counselor elicit so many shortcomings and risks associated with his client's business, but I think it's a effort to set up a false choice, because I see 2 choices presented. One is losing money on current operations, which I understand is not viable and you can't keep going. But then the other is to convert it to 550 or 600 homes. I don't think that those are the only alternatives. The zoning, the way it is right now, presents the property as something that's saleable with current zoning. It may not obviously be as much, and I'm sympathetic to that. I can understand why someone would rather sell it for more with a higher zoning for that. But I just put that out as it's not really the only 2 choices we have. You can build out at a current zoning, and we could also pursue some other partnerships with the county, or perhaps there might be an interest, for turning it into a public facility of some sort. So I don't think we're really into a situation where we have just 2 options. The other thing that I have a concern with, there seems to be some confusion, with the text amendment My opinion is that moving forward with the text amendment is really asking for, us to sign a blank check with the understanding that people will come back later and negotiate exactly what the dollar amount will be. Well, the check is signed, it can go up to the highest density, and there's no real opportunity to change that. It's a right that would be therefore granted. So I'm not really comfortable with that for the community. And in the end, I think that what we see here, just from the text amendment standpoint, is that I see this as an opportunity. Well, it's really, I think, an opportunity where text amendments get a really bad name, where really I think this circumvents the mindful planning decisions that have been made by the county over the course of time. And I think it's been consistent over the course of time that it shouldn't be a high density. We could argue whether it's 2 or 3 or 4 per acre, what have you, but certainly not this. So I really don't, in the essence of time, I'm not going to go too much farther, but I really can't, begin to support this. There's just so much issues on density and traffic, and there are too many other opportunities. And I appreciate you coming out, and certainly appreciate your time this evening with us. Thank you.
Mr. Carter?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I want to thank my colleagues for their comments and everyone for coming out this evening, as well as the developer. And definitely my regards to Stan and his family. Definitely, he's a great guy and a great friend. I've been hearing, and it's been floating around for the past couple of weeks, about helicopters and Metropolitan Police Department entering into an agreement with the Freeway Airport to store or house helicopters, that this is a possibility. And I've had conversations with a number of people about helicopters, and that concerns me if, in fact, helicopters are there, because we do understand that there is, and I just want the residents to know, there's not a current curfew for Freeway Airport, and if helicopters are there, they can take off and land 24 hours a day. And again, helicopters are not quiet modes of transportation. And if someone could speak to this helicopter rumor that I'm hearing, and I think someone mentioned it this evening too.
Mr. Rao could.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Rao. Good evening to you again.
Hi, I'm Andrew Rabb with St. John Property. Let's go back to the helicopters. I think the helicopter scenario was woven into some of the options that Mr. Rodenhauser has. So, Jen, if you could come up here for a second. I've heard a lot of things tonight, and some are somewhat troubling. Let's start with the economics of this. If you could go back. Stan basically runs an airport, and I've had discussions on 2 things today with various people. One is how airports work, and the other one is traffic. So I'll go quickly through this. As far as the economics go, Stan needs to do something. He's at a turning point where he either increases revenue, and this is all about mathematics and business. I mean, this is the ugly reality of running a business. He has to sign paychecks. He has 30 people working there. He's in a situation now where he has to make a decision. He's either going to turn this into a properly functioning airport, which he's never really done before. I mean, most of us know Stan. Rob made a joke about his wooden sign that says learn how to fly. That is what it is. So he now has to make the decision whether to go forward and turn it into a business. And part of all that revolves around flying. Those little white airplanes you see there, what that represents is a traffic pattern. So when you enter a pattern, and this is an uncontrolled airfield, that's a really important term I'm using. It means uncontrolled. What that means is there's no air traffic control here. You're looking at one of the reasons why this thing has some issues. Mr. Wolfrey, I'm a private pilot with 52 hours total flying time. This is the type of people that are in the next slide. And why that is at an uncontrolled field, I come out at a 45-degree angle to those little airplanes at 1,500 feet. I call the radio signal, which is Stan's airfield, and say, this is, let's pick an airplane there, November 98464, the one that's on the bottom left there that hit the fence.
This is November 98464. I'm coming in at a 45 for a downwind running runway 18. The only people listening to me are the same people on that frequency who are also 52-hour pilots or more hours. So I enter the field at a 45. I go downwind where the little airplanes are. I turn turn right, which is called base, and turn right, which is called final. Those red triangles represent fatalities. It's not fantasy, it's not acting, it's the National Transportation Safety Board. I printed off the sheets. Last week I found 24 of them. With a few more clicks, I was up to 31 today. But the one that hit Fairwood, where the 4 people were killed, thank God it was done in the 70s where there was not a home. The one that hit number 1 there, right in the center of the airport, was when Mrs. Rodenhauser was reading that note. That was her house. She was sitting in it with her mother, and the plane took off. Plane took off with a pilot with hundreds of hours, departed in bad weather, landed the plane in the house, crashed, died, and they got out of the house. Number 2, at the south end of the field, there were 2 fatalities. Same thing, departure stall. And a stall doesn't mean the engine quit. It means that they went up at such an angle, there was wind lift, what doesn't work on the wings, and the plane drops. It has nothing to do with the engine stopping. Number 3 was another one. I talked to a Navy pilot last week, 17,000 hours with A6 intruders. Now he's a jumbo jet captain with an airline. Lives in Crofton. He said one of the issues he's had with this airfield, remember, 17,000 hours? He said in the Navy we're taught to look for options. He put his hand over that map. Jen, could you point at the power lines? He said, when you come into this airfield, whether you're landing at it or departing from it, half of your options have disappeared right from the jump because you can't get past the power lines. So when that plane gets into trouble, take a look at that map. How many accidents you see on the left side of the power lines? Take a look. I see 0. So what ends up happening is when those aircraft get into trouble, this is a net result of it. I'm one of the problems with this. Now, someone said today, well, you know, you're fear-mongering and you know, this is a problem. There's other airports, like such as San Diego. Anyone's flown into San Diego, you realize that you're flying over buildings into the airport. I said, yeah, but I'd argue there's 2 major differences with that. Number 1, I'm flying a Cessna 152 that's got a book value of about $21,000, and I have 52 hours. The guy riding in an A320 Airbus is worth about $130 million and has 15,000 hours, is trained as a fighter pilot. Bit of a difference. So general aviation airports, I'm not saying are inherently dangerous, but this is the result of what those things do. Every one of those things up on that wall is real. I'd like to point out 2 doozies, let's call it, that people all know about. The one on September 2nd, 2013 was 3 or 4 summers ago, where that was Labor Day weekend. The pilot had his plane in a hot summer day loaded with a lot of people and fuel. It's a thing called density altitude. The higher the air temperature, the less bite the wing gets. The less bite the wing gets, it's harder for it to climb. What he forgot to do is he lowered and tested his flaps twice, but on the second time he retracted them. He goes flying down the runway, he lifts off, he's got no lift because the flaps aren't up, it's a hot summer day. He touches the roofs of those cars and he plows into the trees on the north side of Route 50. That's that picture there. Jaws of Life had to cut 3 critically injured people out. The pilot almost died, the other 2 were critically injured, he lived. Let's go to the next slide. Northbound a couple winters ago, it's the top left. That fellow came in at night, forgot to turn on the landing lights. So this is an uncontrolled field. Remember I mentioned that? There's no one there at night. You sit with your radio and you tune to the radio frequency of the airport, you triple click the clicker and it turns on the lights. Guess what he forgot to do? It said in the traffic report, if you choose to read these reports, we provided them, he had new avionics installed and the lights in his avionics were so bright he was staring at that. What he forgot to do was look at the runway. He hit the trees on the north side of Route 50. This is a thing. I'm not saying that this is going to happen, but if Stan is operating the airport at a suboptimal use of in and out aircraft, right? The way he raises revenue is he rents out spaces on the ground. People got to fly in, they got to fly out. There's more traffic. He fixes airplanes. He's going to advertise to fix airplanes. Fly your plane in, you got to fly it in, you got to fly it out. More flight training hours. You got to train pilots how to fly. More of this sort of jet thing. And that helicopter, I'll just kind of end with that. What that is because DC is a controlled field, when you take off, you'll notice when I go to the north, there's a little arrow breaking to the right. And when you go to the south, there's a little arrow breaking to the left. What that's all about is you're not allowed to go southbound or past Route 50's tower, or the power lines, because of the restricted airspace of Washington, D.C. Because the space is so restricted, that is an opportunity for helicopters to come in, where he used to market it to, hey, bring an executive in as close as you get them to Washington, the helicopter plane lands, a Suburban's waiting there, takes them into D.C. That's going to start happening. That picture was just a couple weeks ago. So here's the heel of the problem. A couple years ago, he said he was approached by the Metropolitan Police Force in Washington, and they were asking about a staging area for helicopters that they didn't want to have down by Buzzards Point. So he started negotiations. This is exactly what the man is going to have to do. Make no mistake about it. He's going in a situation where his revenues are in trouble. I'm not saying they're free-falling, but it's problematic. So I told you, he's got to build his way out of this problem. So the only way he can do that is bump up his revenue. If that means increasing flight training, increasing maintenance, talking to the DC Police Force saying, hey, you want to base 4 helicopters up here? Here's the rental rate, happy to accommodate you. When do helicopters primarily take off for the police force? Not at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, probably 2 o'clock in the morning. We haven't even gotten into the noise that they make, the environmental impact of it. Just so everyone knows, everyone talks about unleaded fuel. What do you think airplanes run on? They run on leaded fuel. It has lead in the fuel specifically, so it makes the pistons slide better. These things are 1950, 60, 70 technology engines that run on 100 LL fuel, leaded fuel. They don't have much carburation, like they're dirty, they're noisy, they run on leaded fuel. We haven't even started talking about that. So that's what I just wanted to mention about the revenue side of his business. So he will build revenue. Going back to the by right 44 homes, we ran the math. I couldn't put the sewer water and all the rest of it in the curb gutter for the price of the 44 homes. So if Mr. Rodenhauser, and that's another thing that I read on the internet, that his airport's been taken over in a hostile takeover. Most of you, well, a few of you guys know me. I met Stan when I first showed up here in 2009, and we became friends. It was only about 1.5 years ago that he came to me and said his health was starting to deteriorate, and he wanted some help as what could he do with his property. And I said, well, I don't know. I'm not an airport guy, but if you want to examine some other opportunities, I can help you. And that's where this thing came, is it's a partnership. We're not taking Mr. Rodenhauser out of this property. He's going to remain with the property. So that's another fallacy about the thing. But when he came to me, and if I went for the 44 units, I might as well say, Stan, if you gave the property to any developer for free, you can't make the mathematics work. You've got to snake the roads all the way back in there for the lots. It's not going to work. So you have to do something different. And I'll wrap up quickly. The other thing that's very frustrating to me is when we keep hearing about traffic. Think about it from, nobody wants to hear from the developer's side, but let me take 1 second to explain it. So we go to a registered professional engineer, a P-Eng with a 4-year engineering degree who's got a traffic discipline. We say to him, would you please do a traffic study for whatever project it is, it doesn't matter. They put down these little road counters, they're like little rumble strips, they count them. It goes into the computer, they jam it into the computer, and it spits out traffic numbers going from A to D's, where D's a failure, all right? They print out the data, they come back to us and say, this is the data. Then this isn't a state road, but we have worked on one with the city on a state road. Then it goes down to the state of Maryland, State Highway Administration. They could give a rat's about what I want, what you want, what the county wants. They're simply taking the data that was prepared by the registered traffic engineer, who, by the way, used to be the head of access permits for the state of Maryland. So Mike Lenhart, that does the traffic work, was head of access permits for the state. They look at his numbers and they confirm or deny, and then it gets passed down to the county. This isn't a thing where they're saying, hey, look, we think we like this, we think we like that. It is a prescriptive nature. It's all prescriptive. You either are pregnant or you aren't. You either hit these things or you don't. So then all of a sudden you go through 2 years of this stuff, a couple $100,000, and then we get into a hearing where someone says it's a layperson. Well, I don't know what the professionals say for the past 2 years with 3 different levels of degrees. You got the engineer, the state engineer, and the county engineer, but we saw 3 cars down. We think it's heavily trafficked. What's the purpose of the prescriptive element of the entire APF findings? I mean, I already heard in one of the previous hearings where someone said, one of the previous applications saying, we're doing a text amendment simply to open up the books to try to find out what we have. We're not there yet. Mr. Rodenhauser's thing is the same situation. He doesn't know where we're going to end up, but you got to start somewhere. So that's kind of what he's doing. And finally, I'll wrap up. I've heard the predominant kind of speeches tonight saying, you know, I've been here for 30 years, 25, 30 years. Don't forget, his family's been there for 113 years. I mean, he was here 83 years before the last person that came in the last 30 years. So what would have happened in 29 years ago when the proposals were coming up and the Rodenhausers would get up and say, well, look, we used to be an agricultural farm that turned into an airport in 1931, which turned into a flight training thing in 1947, which turned into a real port in 1961. It's now 1990. We don't really like your proposal. We were here first. I mean, he's been here 113 years. The airfield's been here for 83 years. It's been a long, 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 long time. He's simply saying he's in a situation where you've got this problem. Air traffic is absolutely, positively going to have to go up, or he can't make the math work. If everyone would agree with me for that, he's got to increase air flights, and that means revenue. So if you're looking at this, and I've collated 31 accidents in 34 years, and we know for sure there's a lot more, and it was open before 1983, don't forget that. Accident number 4 up there where the 4 people were killed is in the 70s. That doesn't even show up in the data form. The more air flights you get, statistically speaking, the more problems you're going to get. So at some point certain, we don't know where, we don't know when, I'm just being real with you on mathematics and actuary. You guys are in that business. At some point, something's going to happen. I'd also like to look at a case study of how many municipalities had a chance to close an airport and said, yeah, we think more air traffic's a better idea in a suburban area. Does that answer the helo question?
It answers the helicopter question. Thank you very much. But I do have another part to this. And this is for staff. Daniel, Assistant City Manager Mears. I have a quick question of you. Does this property, is it contiguous with the city of Bowie?
No.
It is not?
No. It's about a mile outside the city.
It is catty corner to the ice rink property.
Okay, I asked the question because I want to know if this is at all possible to be annexed into the city of Bowie. Oh, it is. Okay, now I asked this question, Mr. Rao, if you would come forward again, because I do have some concerns about I got you, Fred. I do have some concerns about, one, the traffic and the residents. And I'm going to say this. It would become a problem to the city of Bowie if, in fact, this project is approved, but we're, not receiving any of its benefits, meaning the revenue. As I mentioned earlier tonight, my concern is the tax base. Would you be open to annexing this property into the city of Bowie?
I can't answer that question right now. We haven't, it's never been contemplated. It's not something I take lightly, so I'd have to look at it.
Okay, and my other question is that you're looking at 9 units per acre, correct?
Yes, that could go up to that, yes.
It could go up to 9 units per acre. Would you be open to working with staff and reducing that number to maybe, say, a third of that, or 6 units per acre?
Let me think about how to answer this.
And I asked the question because what I'm looking at here, one, I'm looking at revenue for the city of Bowie to pay for all of our wonderful programs, and then I'm looking for a reduction of traffic. If we're going to eliminate or remove the airport, and if I could get you guys, if the city could get you guys to enter into an agreement with having less units, because it's all up and down Church Road. You have Ryan Homes, everyone is building all up around there. And if we're going to have some involvement, I like to try and reduce the number of units. And then something I want to piggyback off of Councilmember Trout earlier. If we were to support this, would you be open to a covenant as well? So I'm asking for three things, Mr. Rout. I'm asking
Annexation
for
of the covenant.
annexation,
Clearly
covenants,
can't answer tonight.
and a reduction from 9 units to 6.
On the annexation of the covenant, I'm clearly not at liberty. I mean, I can't make this, I can't answer that right now, and there's no way I could. I could reluctantly agree to lose half of the proposed density, I suppose, down from 9 to 6. Not happy about it, but I mean, I think that's
From 9
unreasonable, but.
And overall, mathematically speaking, we would be talking about roughly from.
It still has to come in with a plan
Yeah,
at some time.
Yeah.
Okay.
I could do the 9 to 6, but the other two, I can't, I'm not, there's no way I could answer those two questions.
Okay, pardon me, I want to
They're
break
fairly
protocol.
loaded.
I want to break protocol for a moment. I'm looking in the audience and I keep seeing Ms. Hall. Ms. Hall, I'm sorry, would you mind coming forward, Ms. Hall? I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. Pardon me, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Hall, you spoke, you live in Woodmore Highlands, correct?
Yes.
And I heard what you were speaking of earlier tonight when you came forward. And I know you've lived in Woodmore Highlands since 1998. What would make
You're getting a little off field here.
No, not Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, you are.
No, Mr. Mayor, I'm asking you if you would.
Let's just get this right.
Hold on, Mr. Mayor.
I have a question.
Yes.
The developers, do they live around here? Do they travel Church Road? I doubt it. This has been going on for years. You let developers come in and just build all on top of us. It's not fair.
Thank you, Ms. Hall. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have no further questions.
All right. All right, you've heard all the debate and all the discussion. Did you have another question? Oh, I'm sorry.
I never spoke.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. Dr. Trout, I'm sorry.
No problem, Mr. Mayor. Okay. All right. First of all, it's been established by the city manager that the property in question, the freeway, is not in the city of Bowie. So therefore, you're not going to get police protection. You understand that, right? Okay, that comes, because if it's not in the city of Bowie, then we're not going to provide police protection. Because I know that one of the issues, one of the statements from an earlier person that had spoke was talking about policing, and that was one of their concerns. They're talking about policing, traffic, safety, and schools. Well, it's not in the city of Bowie, so you definitely, unless it's annexed, you wouldn't be getting police protection from the city of Bowie. Your police protection for that particular property, those 600 units, will be coming from the county and not the city of Bowie. Now, I was at a meeting last month. We have a meeting every other month in District 4. And one of the questions from a resident in Woodmore's at Highland, they asked me, because they were talking about the church, and they were happy that the council, both the county council and the city council, did not approve the church. And they were asking me about annexation. And I had to tell them, annexation is not something that you just do arbitrarily. You have to have a legitimate reason for doing annexation. Now, with me, when you talk about annexation, I look at, okay, are you talking about residential annexation? Are you talking about commercial? Or are you talking about industrial annexation? If you're talking about commercial and industrial annexation, my ears perk up, because we do not have to provide the same amount of city services for those two types of entities. We do not have to provide all the public works services. So we don't have to provide the trash collection, the recycling collection. We don't even have to do the snow removal, et cetera. So to annex a commercial unit venture or an industrial venture is more meaningful and makes more sense to me from the standpoint of the amount of city services that you have to provide. So to look at those 600 units, just off the cuff right now, if you were asking me if I wanted to annex that, I would probably say no, because I don't see the supreme benefit to the city. I'd have to look at it and say, okay, because we're also going to have to provide all of the city services for that particular development. And so you have to look at it that way. My take on this is, one, I did talk to the applicant this morning, and I do know that they're talking about widening the road in front of their development. But as I mentioned earlier, when we were talking about another piece of property, you still have to get there. Then when we were talking about the ice rink, you still have to get to that property and you still have to leave that property. So just widening the Church Road right in front of the property lines is not good enough for me, because the remainder of the property, the remainder of Church Road will still be 2 lanes, 1 lane in each direction. And it's getting to be almost dangerous to go down certain parts of Church Road, especially going down Church Road closer to Central Avenue and around where the Mason's Lodge is, or that part on Church Road. It's dangerous, the road driving there. So I'm just being realistic with you. So my whole take on this is, unless we can get some assurances that the density would be much lower, and here again, talking to the developer earlier today, I understand how his hands are tied with regard to coming down on the density, because if you come down on the density, then the numbers may not work for him to make a profitable adventure, and no one wants to go into an adventure where you're not going to make money on it. So my way of thinking is that we need to hold off on this text amendment until we can get some more information about the property. That would be my way of thinking on this, because I'm just not comfortable with knowing that Church Road is not going to be taken care of. It's not going to be widened anytime soon. The county is not giving us any indication it's a county road. It's not a state road or a city road. It's a county road. The county has not given us any indication that they're trying to do any additional improvements on Church Road. Plus, the area on Church Road where this this property is going, there have already been improvements on Church Road. It's just that they haven't widened it, but there have been improvements on Church Road. You have something to say?
Just quickly, with regards to Church Road, it is in the capital improvement program for the county from Central Avenue up to Woodmore Road. Now, it is an identified project. The funding within the 6-year funding window needs to be placed in there, but the county has identified that as a project of continued improvement. It is a county road. They have made improvements, certainly at Mount Oak Church. That intersection's been drastically improved.
Right.
But yeah, they are planning. It is forecasted to be an improvement that the county is going to implement. And as for what we're going to do, we're very similar to the Chesley piece and the text amendment there. Again, I think as you mentioned, this is allowing the paper to go forward, the plans to go forward, so we can study it. We'll make every road improvement that we're required to make beyond just our frontage. So we are asking for the opportunity and the flexibility through the option of this text amendment, just like Mr. Chesley was,
right,
to come back to you and and to have a preliminary plan of subdivision, which would be the first application. It'll test schools. And again, we'll pay a fee for every unit for the school. We're talking millions of dollars potentially for that. We'll test roads and all other public facilities to make sure we're doing our part, because a project that's not safe, a project that brings down the quality of life, is not something this developer wants to be part of. It's not something the Rodenhausers as co-owners want to be part of. They're vested in this project, and we look forward to having the flexibility, just like Mr. Chesley had, and having hopefully the support of the council to have that opportunity to come back and show exactly what we're talking about. We just don't know enough exactly what this project is going to be, because it's coming together. So.
Yeah, but it's not apples and apples as you just described it, because I have a better opportunity to disseminate what Mr. Chesley wants to do. Mr. Chesley provided me with all kinds of documentation. I've got over almost 100 pages here that I went through over Thursday and all day Friday and a little bit on Saturday, and looked at it again yesterday. So I have information here that I don't have from you guys. Also, I asked Mr. Chesley when he was here, are you in favor, are you amenable to having covenants placed on that to work with us? His response was yes. Councilmember Gardner, Mayor Pro Tem Gardner, asked the same question, and the response was not yes. So therefore, we do have additional information with regard to Chesley's text amendment that we do not have from you. But all I'm saying is, you categorize it as though it's apples and apples, but it's not apples and apples on the amount of information that was received from the applicant to the council.
Well, that information will be forthcoming, and the answer to Councilman Gardner wasn't no. It's, we have to see, we don't, it's a co-owned situation, so we can't unilaterally say, well, covenant a property, restrict it one way or the other. We're open to a discussion.
Well, my understanding, unless I'm incorrect, is that you don't go before the county council on this until the 20th of June. There is a council meeting on the 17th of June, so therefore you would have opportune time to discuss this with your client and get back to the council and say yes or no to the question that was asked by Mr. Gardner, if you so choose to do so.
Well, we certainly wouldn't have a time between now and then to negotiate a covenant to have it, have it placed on record. There's many, as you can appreciate, you've been involved in many projects.
Well, the covenant doesn't have to be completed on the 17th. Just like the covenant wasn't completed when we talked to Mr. Chesley today. It was a commitment between us and Mr. Chesley that he was amiable, that he was open for a covenant. We do not have that commitment from you or from your client. So therefore, it is a little bit different. You can't compare what you guys are asking for versus what Mr. Chesley is asking for, because the information that we got from Mr. Chesley is more than the information that we got from you. And then also, we did get a favorable response on a covenant. Even though we have not come to the terms on the covenant, that's something that we will work out a little bit later on. It doesn't have to be done at this particular time, nor does it have to be done on the 17th of June. All I was asking Mr. Chesley for was, are you open to do a covenant? Which is the same thing that I think I heard my colleague say, are you open to a covenant? And I did not hear yes. So therefore, what you're telling me and what Mr. Chesley is telling me is completely different. So it's not apples and apples.
All right.
Okay.
We good?
Thank you.
All right. Had your discussion, council, staff's giving you a recommendation, no. Heard your applicant and your work. Is there a motion on the table? Dr. Trout?
Yeah, I'll defer to you if you.
Yeah, I'd like to make the motion that we follow the recommendation of staff.
Second.
What was the recommendation?
The recommendation of staff was unfavorable.
Motion to adopt staff recommendation.
Was unfavorable. That was not the recommendation on the Mill Branch property from staff. So staff had a completely different recommendation for the property that we talked about on Mill Branch versus the property we're talking about now.
The motion is to adopt staff's recommendation on this project.
Right.
Is that correct?
Correct. That's correct.
And did you second that?
I did.
All right, is there any question on the motion? All in favor? Yes, yes. Yes, yes. I can't see Mr. Marcos. Is no? All right, 4-2. All right, Mr. Gardner, you want to move us into exec session?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move to a closed session. For statutory authority to close session, State Government Article 3-305B1 to discuss appointment, employment, assignment, promotion, discipline, demotion, compensation, removal, resignation, or performance evaluation of appointees, employees, or officials over whom this public body has jurisdiction, or other personnel matter that affects one or more specific individuals. 3-305BC to consider acquisition of real property for a public purpose and matters directly related thereto, and 3-305B7 to consult with counsel to obtain legal advice on a legal matter.
All right, moved and second. Any question on the motion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Unanimous.
Unanimous.
Good night.